I'm here. Oh, good cause. Thank you for the lurk. Fox, thank you for the lurk also. Thank you, thank you. Just checking. I've done everything. I've done everything. I'm getting really good. I'm remembering everything. I'm amazing. It doesn't feel good to actually remember everything. It freaks me out. But hello, I'm here. I'm here and I have many blood points to spend. I was gonna spend them on Killer, then I decided, no, I'm gonna put them onto Elodie. Actually, seeing as they are testing the hiding prestiges, I can actually level up Elodie now. So there. Rin, hello. Bailey, hello. How are you? So there. I will level her up. Put that onesie back on. Yeah. Excuse me. I am amazing. I'm amazing. The makeup around my nose is slowly going to disappear as I keep blowing my nose. So it's gonna be red. It's gonna be red by the end of the stream. Oh well. Alright, I'm gonna be aiming for flashlights on Elodie. I am. Oh, thank you. It's nice and comfy. Very relaxed. Flashies. Ash, hello, how are you? Oh, they leveled up. Now that I'm looking for flashies, they fucking aren't even in the web. Come on. It's knitted, so it's a fake. It feels like a fake wool, like a polyester wool. That's the tag. It feels like a fake wool, yeah. "54% acryla fiber," which is a fancy word to say acrylic. 54% acryla fiber and 46% mohair. So it's it's want to be mohair. It wants to be mohair. Yeah, I very rarely have a plan for what I want to do. I just kind of start and then just do it as I go. Very rarely will I ever have to actually remove it all. I don't think I don't think I've had to. I've wiped like little bits off of it, but so far I've been good. Silly, hello, how are you? No, I remember, like, I still like mohair. Mohair is really cool. But that was like the really cool thing when I was first looking at all the alternative stuff in my teen years, all the things on eBay I was watching, because we only had eBay to choose from at the time. It was all kind of like this. It was big, stripy mohair sweaters like this. And now I've got them. The dream came true. I have several of these now. And this one's by Punk Rave. And not a Killstar one. And, 'cause I got it from Berserk. When they first added them to the store, this one was like $35. Which is, for those of you who don't know, that's really cheap. That is super cheap. So I got it immediately. And then I think they realized that they were undercharging for them. Because when they added the black and white stripe ones and black and maroon, they're like $50. So they're like, oh, we can't. Oh no. Oh no. Gotta charge more. But the green one is still cheap because I know that they can't just adjust the price when they want to. It's so nice. I think the webcam has pretty well picked it up. It's like a soft lime. It's not like a bright lime. But I really do like it. And I did my brows to match. Moldy brows. And I love it. Skinny jeans were like Mum would never let me get them. I get it. She'd never let me get them. And they were like the thing to get. They were the base thing to get. And I was never able to find black ones. I got a pair of like light denim, like light blue denim ones. They were skinny, but they were like basic bitch color. I got pretty close. It's a mix of, oh my gosh, what is it? It's a mix of two of the bright matte ones. And the studded belts, yes. And fingerless gloves. I've still got fingerless gloves. I got red and black striped ones with cherries on them. And I had official My Chemical Romance ones that I'm pretty sure my brother stole. I'm pretty sure. I'm kind of unintentional. I did this first because I was just like, I wanted to do a really dark eye look today without dragging the eyeshadow down too much because that can just look kind of messy. So I just did the eyeliner and then just kind of tied together. This all kind of came together. But yeah, I got a light blue pair of skinny jeans, which are not, they were not it. I still wore them in my Converse. And then I got a pair of maroon skinny jeans. Maroon ones. And they were pretty cool. I had this habit, I guess. Baby, thank you for the lurk. Had this habit of, I think it was because of costs. Because I never had them. I will get some though. I don't really wear jeans much anymore, to be honest. I wear skirts. I wear skirts or flares. I wear my flares. I'm very 90s. It was always the way that I wouldn't really get the same thing that everyone else had. I wouldn't get this. Yeah, I wouldn't get the same thing everyone else had. I'd get something similar but different. And unbeknownst to me, that was actually better because then I actually looked unique because no one else had them. And then other people were like, oh my god, I want those ones that Sunny's got. Like, those are actually really cool. Because I remember I wanted low-rise Converse because that was the cooler ones. The low-rise ones were just better than the high tops. I wanted just like plain black ones. And there was never any. And eventually I was at Brisbane for a convention, I think. And I went to DFO. And they had a Converse store at DFO. So I got them for like 50 bucks and I was very happy. But they were no one else. I'd seen no one else with them. And I was like, but they're my size and, you know, I can afford them. I'll just get these ones. They had like, I don't think I could find them. But they had like, they were black and they had silver printed on it in the shape of like circuit boards. And then some of the circuits, it spelt Converse in circuit boards around both of the shoes. And I thought they looked like, they weren't like cool. They weren't plain black emo ones. And everyone fucking loved them because they were unique. No one else had them. So in a way, it all worked out for the best because I didn't really fit in, which I hated at the time. In hindsight, they were super cool. I'll see if I can find a picture. I really doubt that I can. Converse high tops. I'll say silver circuit. If I can actually find them, I will be pissed and amazed. This was like 12 years ago as well. So the odds aren't good. Yeah, and it was, I always had that habit of hating that I didn't get what everyone else got and then eventually growing to love it. Because no one else had it. And at the time, I hated that. I hated being different for everyone else because I already had the odds were already against me. Nah, I can't find any. Damn. Excuse me. Geez, hello. Oh, it's so good. Welcome in. Welcome. People on TikTok are fucking stupid. Literally every time someone thanks me for a warning, it's usually for chewing noises because that's what I stim with. I stim with like lip smacking noises and stuff. So I'll always do a trigger warning for it. Anytime someone thanks me for it, other people are like, oh, fuck. What? Imagine thinking for that. Fucking idiots. Fucking idiots. Snowflakes, a lot of them. Osiris shoes? Ooh. And I remember Dunlops. Dunlop volleys? No. They were blue slide-on Dunlops. Blue slip-on Dunlop sneakers. And this would have been 20 years ago. Fucking hell. Actually, more like 22. I don't think they even have this style of shoe anymore. No, they really don't. Oh, they were like this. Kinda. They were kind of like this, but they were like a different... Maybe like these? They were kind of like this. And everyone got them. They were so cool. And I was like, Mum, I want them. They're really cool. They're fucking ugly. They're so ugly. But I wanted them at the time. All blue. They were all blue. And I thought that was just so cool. They were monochrome. They were all one shade. And I was like, Mum, I want these. They didn't have any. Oh, this was the issue. I've got very big feet for my small frame. I was a little skinny binny. I was a short skinny binny with big feet. So they didn't have this color in my size. I had to go a different style. They were still Dunlops. They were still blue, but they had some yellow detailing on them. They had like little yellow plastic buckles and stuff and like yellow trim. And I was like, they're not all blue. Everyone else's are all blue. So I want these ones with yellow, and I ended up getting them. And then everyone else was like, "Oh my god, they look so cool. They are so cool. Where'd you get those?" I was like, "My mum got them for me." I was like, I was in like year 3. This would have been like 2002. No, 2001, 2002. I'm old. But yeah, so I'd always get like really confused when they'd be like, they look so cool. And I was like, I don't want these, I want the other ones. And out here trend setting. Trend setting. And I eventually grew to love them and then stopped caring because they were just shoes. They all ended up getting dirty, so. And I so very rarely got brand new shoes. Again, because my feet were so big and because I was little kids, I was growing a lot, we'd get like secondhand shoes. I'd get massive ones. I had a pair of apple pie Reeboks that were like this much too big for my feet. They were so fucking long. But I grew into them. Oh my gosh. Are Reeboks still a thing? I don't know. The only pair I have a pair of Volley Pride sneakers that have rainbow on them. They're black and they have rainbow, and I have a pair of, again, high top Converse that have leopard print on them. Those are the only sneakers I have. But mostly I'll wear boots. Ding. And I've removed some words from the blocked word list today. So for the content, I'm wanting to get some troll content. I've got things planned, and people are ever so predictable. Too flat for boots? You could get like the inner soles that will raise your arches a bit. I've got quite high arches, so oh no, I missed that flashy. Oh no. So the tongue seam in docks like presses on my arches and it's quite tight. But we deal with it. We make do. Oh, interesting. I actually take the inner soles out of my dock so they are just flat. So I could try that. Because, yeah, I take the sole that comes with it out. So it's just flat on the inside. The trolls, now and then. Now and then, but I kind of like trolls, I'm not gonna lie. I like them, they don't like me. Look at Artie, thank you for the lurk. I know, they were like... They were the status icon of the cool emo kids. Oh, I missed that flashy again. Ah, damn. Yes, level 39, I know. Flashy. No flashies? Nope. I'll make sure I don't miss any more. Yeah, and you can still... They still look really cool. They still look quite nice. I wonder if you could, like, Google boots for flat feet. Could probably be some. But again, if the leather just rubs, then it might not be good, no matter what. I would, because my feet are so long, and I wouldn't want shoes that fit super well because then my feet would look really big. So I would go shoes that were like too slim in the front. Also, shoes that are slim in the front, that's so stupid because your toes are like this. Why do you want shoes shaped like that? To squish your poor toes in when your toes are shaped like this. Instead of that. Like, that doesn't make sense. That's not logical. So because shoes were shaped like tapered, my big toes, I'd end up getting ingrown toenails because I had long feet. Hello. I haven't played any games yet. I'm still spending my points. I'm spending points on LED now because they are they're trialing hiding prestige. So now I can happily spend more points on LED. From UK? No, I'm from Australia, but I have an odd accent. I have autism accent. I was raised on Thomas the Tank Engine. I've spent all my points. Huzzah! That's so good. I'm very popular background noise. I get it. Excuse me. Yeah, I'll try to remember to do it before I stream, but I'll very often forget. So I'll turn my volume back up again. Oh, also I've gotta do this. Exclamation mark set value 8, or that's 28, yes? Yes, 28. So 8. Set value 8. Huzzah. That way it's down to integers of 10. Alright, let's see how we go. Oh, we're in. Just like a hacker in the 90s. I'm in. fruit punch rogue does taste suspiciously like the rainbow candy. Rogue. Is the fruit punch hydration? Oh, a streamer. Hello. Not really. It is quite overcast, and we had some drizzles yesterday, and it's steamy because of the drizzles, but it's not too bad. Do you like the rocket pop? I don't like it because I don't like artificial lemon flavor. But if you like that sort of stuff, if you like the rocket pop, then you will love the pink lemonade. It's super similar, but more rosy. Windy, wet, and cold. I'm so jealous. I have my aircon cranked to like what, 23, and then I'm wearing my plush Xbox pajama jam pants. I'm very cozy today because I'm sick. It's my worm. I nearly changed my horns over today. I might tomorrow. We'll see. Not a fan. You're allowed to not like it. I don't like it at all. Sinister, hello. How are you? Witchy, hello. Welcome in. Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoy. It's super easy to read. They've got it set up. 9 degrees. Oh, I'm so jealous. I think it's like 29 here. It's disgusting. They've got it set up really easy to read. Yeah, it's 27. It's 27 here. It's vile. I'm probably like 90% humidity. Let me check. Dun, 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 dun. 73. Feels like 29. 73% humidity. Blech. Fuck it. I love you so much, Taco. Thank you for the bits. The thing is, I get so many huntresses that I'm just never surprised. And it could still actually be a huntress. Like, when will this bitch stop spending points so she can load into a game? Oh. Fuck. Fuck. Alright. He has a mirror shard. Thanks, live. Mirror shard could still have a tombstone. Shit, shit, shit. Shit, 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 shit. Fuck. Alright, this is fine. I hate third seal so much. That is I think that's my least favorite thing to face. That and Franklin's. My two least favorite perks. 2 gens done though. Let's fucking go. Let's watch if Michaela suddenly leaves Chase. It will mean she's being tombstoned. Oh, no, okay. No, no, no. Hello. Or is this ruin or is this third seal? Oh. Alright, that's ruin. Hello. Hey, bestie. Thank you. Man, he got lucky. He got lucky. I know, right? Got lucky to have this map as a shape. Barbecue. Alright, ruin, third seal, barbecue. It's so good. I bought it immediately. I am a sucker for a microtransaction. Especially a DPD microtransaction. I have to go look for this hex. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. He might actually, he might just be M1ing at the moment so that he can get third seal value first. That would make sense too. That's why. That's why he's doing it the way he is. The third seal is so fucking powerful. Oh my god. I don't know where anyone is. I can't see them. I'm so sorry, Yunjin. I can't see you. Where's... Okay, they got Jill. Hell yeah. Oh, heck. Should I just do... I don't want to just do the gents. We've got to get rid of third seal. Oh, Jill's on something. It does make you blind, yes. Until the hex is cleansed. Yeah, Jill, you gotta mend first. Alright, I think that she is on third seal. Yep, she is. Okay. I knew it. Whoa! Is that just a Del totem? Oh. Oh. Well, he's an aura reading shape. He's got a tomb. He's got a mirror, shard, and barbecue. Okay, Jill. I've looked here already. Oh my god. Let's just do a jet. Fuck it. Whew. Thank you. Oh shit. What is it? What is it? What is it? Don't do that. You can't do that. Jill's on another totem. Please be that one. Please be the hex. Fuck! Just found everything but. This is a rough map for totems too. I don't know where you are, I'm so sorry! Oh no! I've got to get this hex, oh my god! He got very lucky with this map. G heck and G. Oh, bestie, where are you? Oh. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Oh, Michaela. Bestie, I can hear you, but I don't know where you are. Oh, there's a bird. Oh shit, hello. Oh. Ah, fuck. Done the corners up here. Oh my god.
We're sorry. The demon you're summoning is unavailable. Your ritual is important to us.
God damn it.
Please
God
hold
damn it.
while
God
we
damn
connect
it.
you to the next available servant of darkness.
You watch. I'll find it. I'll find it when everyone else, or when she's about to die. It's pretty bad, even though I'm fairly good at totem spots. Excuse me. And even I will struggle on this map. I looked in here. I might just... bathroom's the first spot that I was. That's where I first checked. Are you being chased? Go. Oh. Whoa. Oh, I haven't looked behind there, I don't think. For all the good it's gonna do me now. Can't really check. I can't really check. Third seal. Escaped and chased Max. Whee! Jill's on something? She's cleansed like 3 others. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Come on. Yes! Nice work. Oh my god. I'm gonna get got here. Whew. Not the basement! I'm a survivor main, yeah, but if I do play killer, I play spirit. Fucking barbecue. Notice you're there, Jill. It's got barbecue. Unless she has distortion. Do I just swing? I feel like I should. Yep. It runs so long. Oh. Oops. Run, Jill. Run, run, run. Run. I'll just die. Run, Jill. Mathsicle is very boring. I've tried it. It's fucking boring. Run, Jill. Run, Jill. Run. No! Fuck. The only hope is if she has adrenaline. That's pretty much it. She doesn't have adrenaline. Ah, shit. How did she wiggle free? Go, look for the hatch. Crawl, 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 crawl. Just crawl. Look for the hatch. Go. But in the opposite direction of him. Oh, she had small game too. Ah, fuck. Green, we can do green. Whoop. Damn it. Yeah, I played over 2 days, and even with friends, it was really boring. Ah, heck. Also boring to stream because that factors into whether a game's going to be fun to watch. As a viewer, I don't think it'll be. I don't think it'll be fun to watch. I don't like watching other people play it. Whew. That was certainly a game. Especially for a shape game, that was actually really fun. Whew, I probably missed a bunch of chat there because I was trying not to die. That was a good first game. Goodness me. That's a good, you know, it's just not for me. Doesn't mean it's a bad game. Doesn't mean other people can't like it. It's just not mine. Not my sort of game. I'm sick. I am sick today. I've been sick all week. A Fung, a Claude, and a Nicolas Cage. Nah, not COVID. I'd be much worse shape if it was. It's just a cold. That being said, I think I've got a COVID test. I should check just to be sure, but I wear a mask everywhere. But hubby, people at his work have been sick. So he's brought it home to me. I thought it was really cool. Like any new content is good. New content is new content. You know, I've escaped COVID so far, which is great. Because yeah, I'm immunocompromised to have an autoimmune disease. Haha. So I really don't want to get it. It was extremely random, and the fact that people were like, is this real? This has to be fake. Like, Behavior themselves is tweeting it and they're like, this is fake. And I doubted that it was real, even though DVD posted it. I was like, is this some sort of really obscure April Fool's joke? It's not in April. Have we ascended to April Fool's jokes not in April? Here's a little rainbow slug. A little rainbow slug fidget, and I love him. Oh, it's twins! Oh my gosh! I see the little lad. Ah! Oh god. Oh, he's so close. He's so close. Ah, fuck! He's so loud. He's so loud when he jumps on me. Heck. Ah! Hello? Oh. You've always got to teabag Victor when you squash him. That's the rules. Thank you. No, oh. Whew, goodness me. Oh, Diamonga? Okay, today is starting off as a great mixed bag. We started with a really good shape game. Now a twins game. Just need a Demogorgon. Or a hag. I'd take a hag. Yeah, he's not a baby. Also, I think we need to just have a command for twins, maybe. Nobody, please nobody say kick the baby. He's not a baby. It is also against Twitch TOS because it sounds like we are encouraging child abuse when we are not. So we can say anything but baby. I prefer little lad or goblin or gremlin. Hey, just a little guy, just a little lad. Yeah, that's a good thing. We've always got to. Little man about town. You're scared of power struggle, aren't you? Yeah, it's just a little guy. Giving him a little punt is pretty satisfying though, I'm not gonna lie. The sound of it connecting is just, it's a satisfying sound. Run, Nick! Run! Run! Scene partner gamer. Who else? So there's Fung. Shit, I should have held on. I realized too late I should have held on for Nick to get me. Fuck. Well, this has been such a pleasure. I'm such a lucky boy. Missy, hello, how are you? Oh, she got her. Yes. Yes. I can smell smoke. Hello, thank you. You fuck. After all that, after being an atrocious teammate, she DCs. What the very fuck? What? Pardon? What? What? Let's cover if there's smoke. Is there smoke outside? I smell smoke. Go, Nick. Go. 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 Go, 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 go. Oh no. Get off, get off, get off. Go, 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 go.
No, please, let's just stop for a moment.
The fact that I also said no. He's just like me. I think he just misclicked, honestly. He's just like me for real. It did, it really did. Coup de grace, agi, femonga, and oppression? Oppression. Will it? I think it'll show name. No, it doesn't show name. That's right. Welp. Well, certainly a game. Yeah, there is smoke outside. Probably another fire. Wow, Unholeh, how did you work that out? The smoke must be from a fire. Genius. I'm gonna run some ads, otherwise I'll run. So I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads. I'll pause that. Run 3 minutes of ads, and then we shouldn't have ads for like 5 hours. So. What year was the first San Diego Comic-Con? I'll say 85. I'll say 85. Pop culture was starting to become pop culture. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I reckon in that time frame. Excuse me. $1970. Oh. Yeah, that's actually really cool. I'm a Google. I gotta find out more. first San Diego Comic-Con. March 21st, 1970. Oh my god. Okay. Fandom, yeah. As long as anything existed, fandom has existed. The convention was founded in 1970 by Shel Dorf, Richard Alf, Ken Kruger, Mike Towery, Ron Graff, Barry Alfonso, Bob Salk, and Greg Bear. Initial comic book and sci-fi club meetings would be held at Kruger's Alert Books in Ocean Beach, where much of the foundation of the early cons coalesced. That started in his bookshop. That's so cute. Following the initial gathering, Dorf's first 3-day San Diego Comics Convention, the Golden State Comic Con, drew 300 people, and the venue was held in the basement of the U.S. Grant Hotel, having been secured by Graff from August 1st to 3rd, 1970. 300 people! That's so cool! And look at it now, it's like the con. Yeah, according to Forbes, the convention is the largest convention of its kind in the world. That's actually so cool to know. I love that. Excuse me. Phantom, oh yeah. I still quite like the Phantom comics. He was hot. One of the first masked men. But yeah, Spider-Man, Phantom. Let me see. Doesn't specify which comic, sadly. The first ones. Was it Doctor Who comics though? Excuse me. Let me see. By the late 1970s, the show had grown to such an extent that Bob Schreck recalled visiting with his then boss Gary Berman of creation conventions and reflecting, while Berman kept repeating, attempting to convince himself, "This show's not any bigger than ours." I was quietly walking the floor, stunned and in awe of just how much bigger it really was. I was blown away. That's so cool. Shrek. Shrek before he was Shrek. Oh, okay, we have an Ashley called Lemon Liquor and an Ashley called Grape Gulper. This is gonna be a game. And Michaela. Pudding. Excuse me. I'm fine. What's the jazz in the background? I want more saxy jazz. This is not. It's not too. Excuse me. Oh, I'm gonna do another example of why I don't change my keybinds. I'll do it today at some point. I'll remember. Is it me, Jesus? It's a dog. Corrupt intervention. Yeah, just a little metal lad. Oh! Ah! Hello? Oh god, I am Jesus. Oh. Oh. So random. Oh my god. Hello. Starstruck? Right. Corrupt intervention. Starstruck. Fearmonger. Oh, that's a great spot. Will that hit me from here? I don't think so. Oh. Apparently it will. Apparently it will. That's a great spot. And... is that pain res? Heck. I feel like it was pain res. Hello? Heck. Hold still. Good. Okay, I think it was pain rest. So we got corrupt intervention, starstruck, fearmonger, pain res. I'll take that. Thank you very much. I can't, there we go. Shadow, hello. It's been pretty good. So far, so good. Oh. No! No! that one? It's over there. Oh no. Oh, no, he's down. Had some variety of killers. It's been pretty good. Oh, fucking hell. Just kill me. Just kill me.
Stop squabbling, you gonna test me.
Oh. Hang on, Ashley. I'll get ya. Fuck. Too soon. I was too soon. That would have been so good. Still got the blind, but not the save. Sad times. I wish that the EMPs did more than just like deactivate them. I wish that they maybe got rid of the biopods. This is also actually a really good map for Singularity. Connie, have a good day. Thank you for hanging out. Run, Ashley! And then run! I'm coming, Serena! Excuse me. Oh gosh. Right, there's what, 2, 4, 6 hooks and 1 gen done. This is not going good. This is not good. Oh. Excuse me. Spider crawling on me, probably. It's tickling me. Alright, this is... it's a bit close to there, but... Oh! Can't get me, boy! Ah! Oh, that one can. Fuck. Fuck. I was hoping I'd drop down sooner. I'm still sick, but meh. What are you gonna do? Oh, Michaela got hers done too. Nice. People still using Windows. Still using Windows. Again, I can't complain about it though. Not everyone's learned the maps. David and Nick and an Adam. Ooh. A default Adam with 149 hours. I'm going to assume, I'll ask. Adam, you got Deliverance? I spelled that wrong, but... Respond, man! Yes or no? Alright, he does. It's his only perk. He's only got Deliverance. Oh. Fuck. Well, he's definitely got Deliverance. The downside is he's only got Deliverance. Which means naturally, he's going to get hooked first. Poor guy. I hope not though. We'll try our best. Saturday's $10 million special event. Wouldn't that be, as they say, wouldn't it be nice? Win $10 million. I can't even fathom. Can't even fathom what I would do if we won $10 million. Nope. Oh, thank you. Excuse me. I managed to... Big W started stocking my shade of foundation again, which makes me happy. The other stuff I've got, which is the longer wearing stuff, ugh, the xenomorph, it had to happen, is a touch pale. Even for me, it's a touch pale. Excuse me. I'm just a bee, and life is a nightmare. I'm just a bee. Something, it's not fair. I'm just a bee. Hyper enjoyable leg past that. What? What? I don't need points. What am I doing? What is a dull totem? Claustrophobia. Oh god. Oh, I could have maybe risked that. Maybe. You wouldn't kill a bee. Oh shit. Fuck. Fucking that's stuck in my head. I didn't even know all the words to the original song. All I know is I'm just a bee. Where is Adam? Gotta make sure Adam can get a hook. Oh, get an unhook, I mean. Go for it, Adam. Go, 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 go. Stay on it, David. David, stay on it. We could have done it. It's been damaged. Okay, it's got jolt. Cool beans. Go, David. David, finish it! Oh, damn. Hello? Adam Bestie, you've really got to actually go for an unhook to get that deliverance value. There's a medkit. Don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing, I'ma be alright. Ah! Well, I'm sure glad I used the toolbox. Poor man's barbecue. Adam, go for that unhook. Adam, go for that unhook. Adam, go for that unhook. Jesus Christ. I am injured and on death hook. One of you guys has to go. Nick used Pebble. Is that Pebble? Is that Adam or Nick? But hello. I mean, the Pebble worked. I forgot what perks I said he had. Oh, Jolt? It's called Jolt. Poor man's barbecue. I best say, can I get some heals? Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Adam, there has been ample opportunity. Well, there's no more opportunities. There are no more opportunities, Adam, for you to get an unhook. Everyone else has been double hooked. You cannot... If your deliverance is not yet active, you cannot activate... Oh yeah, claustrophobia. Yes, it was claustrophobia, this one, I believe. A claustrophobia, poor man's barbecue, Jolt. Claustrophobia, there it is. Oh, David. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Oh, Adam's taking some aggro. Oh, Adam took too much aggro. Now we'll see if he actually managed to get an unhook or not. I don't think he did. Requiem, thank you for the resub. Seppi, thank you for the resub. Hopefully these messages don't overlap. We'll see. He didn't. He didn't unhook anybody. He didn't unhook anybody.
The demon you're summoning is unavailable. Your ritual is important to us. Please hold while we connect you to the next available Servant of Darkness.
Oh, Adam Bestie. Oh god.
go, lesbians! Let's go, lesbians!
Goodness me.
Cheese.
What should be Rancor? I just can't tell because I'm not the obsession. That'd be kind of funny. Ah. Alright. Pullman's barbecue is gonna get you, Adam. I'm so sorry. I need to get into a locker. I must get into a locker because I'm not going for that save. No, sir. Locker, 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 locker. And whoop. Damn. I'm sorry, buddy. I can't leave this locker. Because he'll see me in the tunnels. He's only gonna see me in the tunnels, isn't he? Excuse me. I'm so sorry, Adam. I'm probably still gonna die. Oh, shit. Huh. Huh. Alright, now we're good. Wop, wop. Oh, I can't do that. I'm so sorry, Adam. Okay, hunting for hatch against the Zenith. This is gonna suck. Check main. Nope. Have I even been near Shack? Whee! I kind of want to run so they can see my footsteps. I feel like this is a bad idea though. I'm so sorry. I know he had diversion. No. It was... That's... Oh no.
Another day, another sleigh. Period.
Oh gosh. And rapid vitality. I always forget to how to spot that one. That's so funny. I thought it was him throwing it, but I was like, no, he said he's only got deliverance. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's still, you know, it still helped. It still got Zeno away from the hook. Goodness me. Hey, yeah, it still worked. He threw it and Zeno went after it and then he went for the unhook. So it still worked. Now I can prestige. There we go. That's so good. Well, where do you think is a deliverance off and then it just wasn't happening? It wasn't happening. Anyways, but yeah, that and Some gen kicky perks I still struggle with, like Pop. Pop I'll struggle with, and Call of Brian I'll sometimes struggle with. That's so good. I wanted to make sure so you could get it unhook, but it didn't. It didn't end up mattering. Oh, that's so funny. Excuse me. It is so smoky, and my chest can't really handle it right now. A Bill, oh dear, and a Meg, oh dear, and a Nia. Hello, how are you? But I mess up the perk names for Fire Up and Remember Me. I feel like they should be swapped. Because yeah, Fire Up is the gen kicky one, and I feel like that should be the gate switch one. I don't know, Fire Up just, I don't know. When you fire up the gate. It just makes more sense to me. It slows down firing up the exit gate. No, I don't know. It's very loud. It is, yes. Fire Up, Remember Me, and Blood Warden are the Freddy perks. Maybe a Mori and a hatch in main building. It is. It's because of Wake Up. That's literally it. Because Wake Up is the gate opening one. Open up faster. Yeah, I'm a little crunkly rainbow slug. He hasn't got a name. Just a little crunkly boy. Greg. He's got kind of a Greg face. That's his little face. There's Greg vibes. Tad? Why Tad? I've not heard the name Tad for yonks. You got it on now? Okay, good. Diversion's still good. A Tabble, but he's a slug though. He's a slug. Clancy? Clancy could be good. I like the name Clancy. Like Clancy Brown. My God, I can't type. Hey, Gary's a snail, this is true. What's the name of the giant slug in that Adventure Time episode? Oh no, it was a shroud. Hatch in Maine? Oh God. There was a giant slug that was trying to woo the ladies. And he had a giant peppermint on his back. He didn't know he was a slug. Snorlock. I don't think I'll remember Snorlock. On my neck. Fuck. No, we should name him after someone in DVD, I think. Oh, Bill. If someone's like a super altruistic teammate today, we're not naming him Bill. If someone's like super altruistic, we'll name them after that character. Steve? No, go call him Steve. There should be a way to like block off the... I'm so sorry. Should be a way to block off the tunnels instead of just slow them down with that. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was close. Rin? Maybe. Yeah, because it's just too powerful. Trail of Torment? Is this Trail of Torment or is it... Yes, it's Trail of Torment. I went... Don't fucking touch me! I went to do the gen and he chose that moment to start doing the gen, so I went into the locker instead. We could call it Carlson. Yeah, call it Carlson. No, a name will come to us. Could call it Jen because of the rainbow tumble of wires in the gen. Gen. Short for generator. Generator the slug. Jar. Jar jar. Oh. Ultimate weapon? Hello, Birdie. Oh my god. Twins! Oh my god. Lazy, hello, how are you? Every time. Oh no. I don't know what to tell you. Confidence is key. Alright, one left, one left. I'm pretty sure it's Trail of Torment. Gotta be. Let's see if Meg goes into chase now. Oh. Whee! crates down there. Cool, cool, cool. They really are. You gotta play on their field of view. Get it, Nia. Get it, get it, get it. I'd rather you open it, but it's okay. Alright, cool. Where is Bill? I should go do a blood warden check. Bill seems to be running around just fine. No blood warden, thank you. I'm coming, Billiam. Alright, Mega's unhooked. Nia and I can take a hook apiece. Poor man's barbecue. My aura is hidden, as are my scratch marks. Oh god, where is he? Oh no, I'm blind. I'm blind. I'm blind. Run, bestie. Run, Bale. Run, Bale. I haven't got a flashy. Nia has a flashy. Go, bestie. You're too far away. You're too far away. Where are they going? Oh. Nia is in a locker. I should have just left. I shouldn't have worried about them. This is what I get for trying to be altruistic. This is what I get. You can all see each other's auras. I've got kindred. I love this game. I love this game. I love it. Fucking hell. Why do I care? Why do I try? Why do I try? I hate that people are scared in this game when they first start. I was the same. I hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Don't be scared. Thanks, team. Wars Trailer Torment, an ultimate weapon. Oh my god. It's fine. Next game. Stuff like that makes it hard to stay altruistic though, I'm not gonna lie. I wish people would fuck off from my house. The Lottius. Excuse me. Still Survivor? I mean, what would I take off? I could. I could. Oh, fucking hell. Hang on. 1 second. Alright, I'm back again. They said something in the pregame and I didn't see what it was. I'm so sorry. And there is a Mori. Oh, they said hello and we will slay. Yes, we will slay. Yes, we will. All day. Could I call the slug slay? That sounds really nice. Slay the slug. But it's spelled like slay. Nail emoji. That's his name. Slay. Le slay. This music makes me sleepy. Oh, we have an Oreo soft cake. Cool. Ooh. God, Oreos smell good. Right, it is a Mori. Any sign of who the killer is? Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, ultimate weapon? Which should be called Animal Instinct, but or Alien Instinct, but whatever. Damn it. Excuse me. Sloppy Butcher, ultimate weapon. I felt like he was running back upstairs. I hope I was right. I think I was. Come here. Come here, boy. Let me heal you up. Let me heal you up real good. It's very beepy. Heckin' beepy. Fuck. Shit. Oh. Excuse me. Oh. Might benefit from some more flip-flop today, perhaps. Oh my god. Wait, don't mind me. I will. Oh. Oh God. I feel like I may run flip-flop circle of healing. See how we go. Oh. Well. Shit. Come and tap. I gotcha. Can't heal here. Can't heal here. We gotta go somewhere else. Anywhere else. Shit. I'm so sorry. What's going on with the clouds here? Heck. So what did I say? I got Sloppy Butcher. We've got Ultimate Weapon. That's all I figured out so far. Maybe Trail of Torments? Continue to sip my rogue. It's not caffeine rogue today. I might. Oh no. Right, it's Leon's first hook. Bit of murmur. Excuse me. We'll go for Yunjin. And there's one more perk that I've not got. Touch that, see if there's Thrill of the Hunt. There is not. Come in, Yunjin. Hopefully. Shit. Oh, careful. Oh. Oh damn, Yunjin's got some ping. Oh my gosh. And there's still the Mori. 2 gems left. And also still a perk that I don't know. Still a mystery 4th perk. Okay, we gotta run. We gotta go. We gotta go over here. Over here to this gen looks good. Yes, over here. Dungeon? Oh. Oh? Not gonna get Mori? Does he only got a 1-person Mori, maybe? Or maybe they didn't realize they were at 2nd? No, they would have had a Mori prompt on them. Alright, they can still take a hook each. Excuse me. And we've got 1.5 gens to go. We got this, we got this, we can still do it. Excuse me. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, nice! If they can keep running for 1 more gen. Oh shit, I'm so sorry, I just cursed you. Got a shack one? We got a shack one maybe? Get a nice little shack gen? Do we? We do! Oh, Leon's on that. Oh my god. I love Kindred. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna do this gen. I'm sorry, Yun Jin. No! No, Leon, don't do it! No! Fuck. Heck. God, I hope he's got adrenaline. God, I hope. So alien instinct and alternate. Did I say alternate weapon? I think so. Alternate weapon, alien instinct, sloppy butcher, and fuck. Shit. I'm coming, Leon. I'm coming. And I'm probably gonna get moried. Are there any turrets up? There is not. Go. Is it me? Am I special? Can't see my face. hope Leon makes it out. Come on, Leon. You got this. Yes, bestie! Amazing. Oh, he did have no head. Ah, it was Jolt, not Alien, not Ultimate Weapon. Ah. Oh, not the hacking accusing. Hacking. Who? Oh, blast mine. That's the second time someone's gone, they're hacking. I'm pretty sure she's streaming. That's the second time that a killer's gone, imagine hacking when it's Blastmine. So Blastmine is bugged at the moment. It's bugged at the moment. It will... You know how there was the... There was the, oh, what's it called? Oh, wrong button. I was telling Dagon about it. What's it called again? There was that glitch. Oh, we're at the wheel. The wheel. There was the glitch where when you blinded the killer, it would fuck up your camera. It does that. It'll fuck up your camera angle and make you stuck in a crouching and pointing position, so you're like moving around just doing this. Of course it looks funny, but to straight up jump to hacking is stupid. You just sound really stupid. But let's spin this wheel. Roulette? I'd like roulette. Roulette could be pretty fun. ASMR? Fucking hell. Alright, cool beans. I'll take ASMR. Let us turn up our gain by 3. And then we're gonna whisper. ASMR. Okay, but... Literally though, people who accuse of hacking are usually new to the game. The amount of times that we've had people, even in like Discord, that say, oh, I was facing this killer and they were hacking. No, bestie, you're just new and you don't know what perk they were using. Also, just crap, they weren't playing the game well. They didn't have any advantage. They didn't have any advantage. We'll come back. They were just crouching. How is that hacking? They're literally just crouching. They weren't flying around. They weren't doing gens fast. They weren't taking the game hostage. They weren't infinitely blinding you or infinitely stunning you. It's a fucking glitch. Hacking how? like flying around, or it's subtle, and you have to be really experienced to actually tell that they are hacking. There's very rarely in between. Alright. Let's get this bitch. No thrill of the hunts. Corrupt intervention. Well, there it is. Ah. There's not enough room here. Fuck. Okay, well, it's not a scratch mirror. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's this poop. It's this poopy shape. Fredo, this is Pyramid Heads. This is from Silent Hill. Goodbye, corrupt intervention. Freddy's map is bad in preschool. Springwood. He be stalking. He's stalking. I'm coming back. Run, Meg. I was a bit scared. Fuck. Pancake, hello, how are you? I'm doing an ASMR round. Shapes add-ons. Yeah, very much gotta be changed. That is ridiculous. It is just ridiculous at this point. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Ah, fuck. I tried to spin, but I couldn't see. This might move ever really quickly. This is a shame. I'm sick as well. Resty. Yeah. Run this way a bit more. Fuck. No, Jen's done. This is amazing. I'm coming, hang on. We gotta go reset. Run. Did Dwight deliverance off? I think he did. But I hope he's had a good stream. Yeah, I got a pretty... Yeah, I got a cold. Sucks. Dwight's on a gen. Noise. Or was it renewal? Renewal, maybe. Art stream, nice. I love art streams. I need to do one of my paintings again. Do another art stream. All I figured out so far is corrupt intervention. Ah, Meg. This might be a hatch game, besties. He's jolted. Oh, fuck. The jolt corrupts. Basement. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Where the fuck are the jets? There we go. Found one. It's fine. They've been pretty good. Fuck off. Fuck off. No. Fuck off. Fuck you. Fucking hell. They've been pretty good. Shit. Let's spectate tweets and see what he's doing. Look at Sebby, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Yep, apart from this, they're going pretty good. Was renewal, there we go. No, not really. Go tweet, go tweet. Oh, he knows. Maybe he's not so dopey after all. I can't want him to make it out now. Go, go, go. You can do it. You gotta commit now, though. Oh, fuck. GG. Alright, we're back. He got close. I think he would have been better off starting that and then trying to make his way around to the other one. But Midwich is really hard to escape when you're on your own. When you're last one left, it's very hard to make it out through the gate because it's such a clear line of sight and a clear run back and forth to the two gates for killers. It really is, yeah. What is Rackadrape? What is Rapper Drake's real name? I hope it's Aubrey. I got no idea. Clearly. Right, now I'm gonna have my Oreos. So hard to see. What's Aubrey Graham? Hell yeah. I cannot see. It's the same problem as the other things. It's too dark. I can't see. Jimmy. I'm gonna have to tip these out because I can't fucking see them. Come here, bitch. Now I see. There they are. And then, are they tiny or am I a giant woman? A giant woman. Can't fucking see them. So good. Mm-mm. Mm. Let me know if the game... Oh, the trapper. Go 40. I do find the Oreos get really stuck in my teeth though. That was close. My finger was a little bit lazy. Now I want Pringles. I do have one cheeseburger left though. I have a cheeseburger. Main is lava. Okay. Ruin. Alien instinct. What made you scream? Oh, ultimate weapon, sorry, ultimate weapon. The ruin, ultimate weapon. Was there Iron Maiden? Why did you scream? I think he was more focused on the others, to be honest. Alright, main is lava. Which means there could be a hex down here. This is so pretty. Oh, like that. Main is lava, you say? Please don't be haunted ground. Please be ruin. Well, it was something, but it wasn't ruin. Undying? Alright, I am down in main. Try not to take him down here. We're on 3 different gens? Or are Ace and James on the same one? It looks... yeah, they're the same. Same one. There we go. No! Excuse me. And I know that you forget for you. I've been trying to tell you. Everything you wanna hear. That's just this. Ah! Weak. Hex and Shack. Alright, Ruin and Shack. Q beans. I am probably gonna get camped on account of... Ooh. What the fuck? It's fine. Sorry for yelling. I really did. I love this game so much. I'm so happy. That was so fucking clean. Okay, it's fine. Shit. Bot. James Bot, come and get me. He's coming. See, the bots know not to heal up in the basement. Oh, at Hook, I mean. Mother... Thank you. Yeah, the James DC'd the second he got down first. And I feel like we got lucky because the bot is actually probably better. We had Ruin, Undying, maybe something else? You keep going, Dagon. Keep going, Dagon. Stay on it. Oh, no, initial there. James Bot. James Bot, don't run away. I'm gonna try and crawl as far away as I can so that Jen can hopefully get some... I'm feeling nowhere. There's a trapper with some hexes. Ugh. Help me discount Dagon. We're safe to heal up here now because he's in chase. Oh no. Oh, okay. He's got... Okay. 2 hexes, 2 Xeno perks. No, Ed. Oh... Yeah, ultimate weapon, alien instinct, 2 hexes, ruin and probably undying. Come on, come on, come on. We got this. Come on, James Bot. James Bot, just do... I mean, he's got proof thyself. You can keep staying there. Good man. James Bot! James Bot. Oh. Jot. It's a Jot. Is Jot gonna get the gates? Nice. I saw him placing some traps. Okay. James Bot is getting the gate. Is he going to open it or 99 it? Oh, he's just opening. Is he going to run out? No, he's coming back. Did you get that other one, Dagon? Is it open? Oh. Shit. Fuck. One less hook. Oh no, I'm dead. Excuse me. How these... a hog's breath. Let me see which one so I know what food to request. Excuse me. It was Devour. Oh, well, it was 3. Okay, ultimate weapon. Undying, Devour, Ruin. Damn. Excuse me. Is it that one? Okay. I will request something from Burrito Bar. There is Burrito Bar. Not too far away.
Jones.
It's cute.
Jonesy.
We really did. They played pretty well too. It's a bit further. I'll get something from GIG. Nato, hello. And the Felix, hello. And I'll figure out what I want by going to menu log. I'll clip that so I can show. That's so sweet. Bunch of cutie patooties. I love that. Free McDonald's cheeseburger. I already got one. I already did. I think I might want... nachos. I think I might want nachos. What are their minis? Mini burrito? Adorable. Mini Cali burrito. Cali burrito is the best burrito in existence. Just saying. I can get mini nachos? I might get mini nachos. I don't want too much. Oh. Sloppy. Go, 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 go. Oh, fuck. That was fast. I'm gonna DC. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Just because you get down first doesn't mean you're gonna die. Look at Jot. Look at James Bot last game. First one down. E. Down straight away and then DC. And look who made it out first. Jot. Oh, it's got nurses. Sloppy, nurses. Station, hello, how are you? Excuse me. Oh my god. Oh, scared me. Ah! Shit, shit, shit. Wraiths be wraithing. Is he just jealous that I'm gonna get nachos and he's not? That's probably that. We could call the slug Philip. We could call him Philip. Chilling? Nice. Nights when you're just chilling are really good. Careful. Ooh, amazing. Really? I'm coming, Dagon, I'm coming! Run. Fucking hell, let's go outside to the outside gen. We'll heal up there. We're gonna go far away. I'm gonna put some distance. Especially healing with sloppy. Alright, here is good. Oh. James, is that you? You guys remember James, the bad wraith? Oh shit. Okay, nurses, he knows we're here. Yeah, well, it's a wraith. What do you expect? Oh god, that scared me. Okay, let me heal you. For all the good this is gonna do us. Oh, he's on Dagon. We got this. We got this. This is fine. This is totally fine. The games have been not too bad, honestly. They've been not too bad. Had some iffy teammates at the start, but it's fine. Had some good ones too. Oh my god. Fine. Yeah, he's kind of staying he's very much targeting the injured person, which makes sense. It makes sense. That's the logical thing. You target the injured one because it's easier down. Alright, now the gen that's gonna be hard to... Oh my god. Fucking nurses. The one that's gonna be hard to get done is probably the two main ones. Alright, lithe is probably gonna come into play here quite a bit. Well, he can also only chase one person at a time, so he would have seen me, but he can only commit to chase on one person. Shit. I think I can make that. No. I had to try. Pretty sure he's coming though. Not like oh. 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 Oh, fucking autodidact. Hell yeah. This is what autodidact was made for. That one's done. That one's being done. Oh my god. Oh, it's in there. Cool. I think that middle one's like a third done. Mains is a third done. Last one? And I'm trying to get as much of this done as I can. Never mind. Fucking jolt. I was gonna say, if it's Blast Mine, we're gonna have another imagine hacking in the end game. Wiretap, maybe? It's not Trailer Torment because we can see him. Hello. Let me get away from that pallet. Buckle up, fuck yeah. Dagon, no! Oh man. Oh man. Hate facing a decent wraith. Move! Because he's very good. He's playing very good. You hate to see it. See if I can find a medkit somewhere. Oh god, that would be pretty great. Oh shit. I would like this, and this, and this. Thank you. Oh. Ah! How's he gonna play this? Is he gonna leave them slugged? Looks like it. Fuck. Hey, I don't have an... Did I drop my item? Did I drop my item, or did you have Franklin's notice not realize it? Or am I out of flashies on Elodie? I'm probably just out of flashies. I'm probably just out and haven't realized. Good thing I didn't run up and try to get a flashy then, because I would have just run up and gone. Just done nothing. Shit. Shit, 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 shit. The blonde's gonna give me away here. The blood. Yeah, no, I mustn't have then. You know what sucks? They can't even DC if they wanted to give me hatch. That is the worst. They didn't kick it either. What the heck? What do I do? I'm so stuck here. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Well, we'll find out at the end if I brought one or not. I'm so fucking loud. Oh god. What do I do, Felix? What do you want me to do? Excuse me. Melody is so loud. What do I do? I want to go and get him, but then we're just both gonna die. We're just both gonna die. Well... I don't want to just wait till he bleeds out. I can't do that. I don't feel good about doing that. Oh. Oh well. Not much you can do there. And I really don't want to just wait for him to bleed out. And I can't realistically do 2 gens. What a classic, it's just a classic Wraith build. Classic. Oh no! Let me get back and reset the lobby. Yes! Yeah, I'm out of flashies. I did not bring one. How many white wards have I got? Not many. Alright, back to Elodie, I think. I'll start using my purple flashies. I don't have too many, but I've got a lot of white wards. I got a lot of white wards. Who cares? We'll just use the white wards. We will go the sniper ones. Yes. Yes. And Elodie. Oh, Elodie. And Nia has flip-flop on already. Sensational. It's that kind of day. Oh, I should have got my Twitch shirt on. Ah, it's fine. No, we'll swap to the other cosmetic. Where is it? There we go. Legend of Zelda question? I don't like Legend of Zelda. I'm not a Nintendo baby. I'm an Xbox baby. I think I want pulled pork. Pulled pork mini nachos. Maybe? What do I want? A taco? A soft taco? Maybe a soft taco. Let's see. It's a black to nude ombre. But if you just search like black ombre nails on Pinterest, for instance, and show them to your artist, they will know what to do. Hopefully. It is a trickier blend because the black is so messy and dark. Some might say I can't do it. Can't do it. So be prepared for a possible no, I can't do that, sorry. An enchilada. I just like Mexican food. Mexican and Asian. Asian cuisine. Any Asian cuisine. Japanese, Chinese. Any Asian cuisine is top tier. The downside is I can't really have spicy stuff while I'm streaming because it makes me go. Although I'm already going a lot today, to be fair. I'm already kind of sniffly. In Greek mythology, who is the god of wine? Demeter, I think. I'm very sure it's Demeter. Bacchus, there's not an option there to choose from. Oh, it's a xenomorph. So if you go it doesn't super duper matter if you don't use a number to answer with the trivia because I don't have it set up so that you can see your points. Because deep down in the bot, what's the assist? There you go. Deep down in the bot, it stores your points for each time you get trivia right. People have cheated before. Someone who was a mod who has since left the community. I didn't ban them. They weren't told they couldn't come back or anything. No, you're all good. Don't even stress. You're all good. But yeah, someone who was a mod and got unmodded because they weren't the right vibe for me. I'm pretty sure they're underage. I'm pretty sure. They used to cheat at trivia. Like, imagine cheating at just a fun, pointless game in a Twitch chat to look smart. No one cares. They kept on going, oh my gosh, I guessed it again. I guessed it again. For like really, they're actually a string of really tricky questions, like involving quantum physics and stuff. That kind of tricky. And they just kept on, you could just tell. I won't specify how you could tell, but I could just tell. And the other mods could also tell. So yeah, we don't keep track of the points now. We never did, but no, we really don't. And I like the trivia because then we can learn. If we don't know something, then we can learn. There's nothing wrong with getting a question wrong. I get them wrong. We get them wrong all the time. I'm not gonna point and laugh at you for getting one wrong. It's not that serious. Dagon will. Because Dagon's a dumb bitch. Oh man. Same. I love it. So even if you don't know it, you'll find out at the end. Learning is fun. Depending on the format. Oh yeah, pretty much, yeah, the vast majority of deities do like their wine. Hello. Oh my gosh, hello. Bite the bullet, cool beans. But yeah, so that was... I almost actually deactivated trivia when they were doing that. It was just ruining it for everyone else because they were carrying on about, I don't know, their prowess at trivia, which was fake. And again, it's super clear when someone's cheating. I think that's why the time, it was constant, it really was. That's why I've reduced the time between the answer and the completion of the trivia. So it used to be like a minute, I think it's down to like 40 seconds. Kate. Dagon's on one. Are they pursuing Chase very much, or are they like... gonna have an end game build? So what's going on? Go into my room and I'm not coming out. Yeah, because then, like with the San Diego Comic-Con question before... This way, Dagon, this one's open. We then went to find out the backstory of it. heal it. No, I... Okay. I don't need points. Okay, let's go. Goodbye! Oh good, Max, thank you for hanging out. Have a good day. Yes, the hat is back. Pop, forced hesitation, discordance, and trail of torment. Is trail of torment in the... in the shrine? Because trail of torment is very popular today. That and claustrophobia. Let me see. I don't ever check the shrine because I've got every perk for my No, leverage and play with your food. Ah, okay. Alright, so there is, for survivors, there is adrenaline and for the people. So, if any of you were, I think someone yesterday was saying that they were considering getting Zarina for the people. For the people is in the shrine. In video game Bully, what is the protagonist's last name? Protagonist. Kowalski. No idea. I hope it's Crabble Snitch. We've had this question before and I don't remember what the answer was. Excuse me. Yeah, I just want it to be Crabble Snitch. Oh, anonymous Rebecca? Television. I mean, it definitely, it hides, it does hide whatever's under there. For sure. Oh my god, calm down. Was Hopkins? Don't you settle on Bill. Go back to Rebecca. There we go. Heck. Oh, airy. Ooh. Ooh. No. No, people are like... No, people are like... I don't even know what game that is. Or how old it is. It didn't say. Usually it'll say in like... In the 2010 blah blah blah. It just says the video game. Yeah, never heard of it. Never heard of it. It's just called Bully too. Bully game. Bully. It looks... Apparently it was banned. It looks very British. I don't know how to convey... It looks British? Does it look British to anyone else? I don't know what it is, but like, that looks... It gives me British vibes. I don't know why. Oh my god. It does! Oh my god. Another Bing Bong. Bing Bong brought this map. Okay, what is he? It's the uniform and the hairstyle, I think. It's the uniform and the buzz cut. But yeah, it looks like it's a game that's glorifying bullying. Oh my god. Schultz? Fuck. The face, yeah. I can hear a Chav accent with it. I can just picture it. Ooh! Go, go, go. The angle was... Oh. My aim was okay, but he wasn't facing me very well. Oh my god. Fuck, facing the wall. Deadlock? Okay. I can also see Trunchbull vibes. Oh, there's no pallet here. Fuck. Oh, big swings. Fuck. Little ring, do a little ring around the rosy. Joe Foster's home for imaginary friends. This sounds also very odd. It sounds depressing. 2 gens done. We're only going and done 2 gens. Oh no, it's coming. It's gonna come and get me. I've never heard of it. Oh my gosh. Maybe it was like bigger in the US, maybe? Oh shit. Oh, that was terrible. Got stuck on him. Fuck. Yeah, I don't remember on Cartoon Network. Yeah, no, that's why I never saw it. That was for rich people. Oh. And Dagon. I've gone the long way. Phew. Fuck, I'm so sorry. God damn it. It would be really good if you could autodidact on yourself. Oh, come down here. Pull down. Pull down, I can get you. Oh shit. I assume she's got boil over with the way she keeps on trying to run up there. Nope. Just realized I haven't been checking TikTok and I should. I have to reply. Oh, I can wait till the end. I'll reply to comment after that. This map is so bright. It's also kind of like cloudy or misty. Oh, good Artie. Run, Rebecca! She must have boil over. And it looks like she's got unbreakable? Flip-flop unbreakable boil over, I reckon. I'm coming, bestie. I betcha. I never actually experienced the oh, nurses. Excuse me. So jolt, sloppy, nurses. I never actually experienced the fucking hell, thrilling tremors? Oh no, deadlock, that's right, deadlock. Jolt, deadlock, sloppy, nurses. So no end game. Huzzah! Run, queen! Has he maybe got Tinkerer, or has he just got an undetectable add-on? No, it's just an undetectable add-on. Why have I got live and let die stuck in my head? Oh no, I know why it's in my head. I listened to it before stream. That's why. Alright, Ashley, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. I'm not gonna be healed, but that's okay. I'll be up. Alright, everyone can take one more hook except for Rebecca. Rebecca! God. Except for the hair. The hair at the back is stupid, and once I focus on it, it just makes me mad. What is that little... that little patch where it's meant to be parted? Yeah, because they can't just do a part, so they've just covered it. They've just covered it with that. It looks fucking stupid. I'm so sorry. What it does. I like the visor. You can't even see it from the back anyway. I think it's pretty cool. Fucking Ashley. Rebecca! Queen, crawl! She'll 100% boil over out. She'll make it out. I betcha. I hope. Yeah, boil over flip-flop. Come on, Queen. Come on, come on, come on. You didn't start. Oh no, you might not now. Oh god. Man, she hadn't started using. Oh man. Damn. Damn. Again, a super classic Wraith build. Jolt, Deadlock, Sloppy, Nurses. The last one also had Jolt, Sloppy, and Nurses. Except they swapped out the Deadlock for, Noed. And that was super close. So yeah, I didn't properly check the add-on, but it was an undetectable add-on. Unholeh, how are you? Oh, thank you. Yeah, she was probably not concerned because she had her flip-flop boil over. Flip-flop boil over, unbreakable power struggle. As David's name is I play and I win. Let's see how this goes.
I'm TikTok famous, the worst kind of famous.
We'll see how this goes. Again, I've still not seen anyone else with this Nia cosmetic. I'm very sad. Oh god. Too bad, I am still sick. But hubby's gonna bring me home food. Excuse me. Sick of Wraith, yes. I'd still rather a Wraith than a Zeno. To be honest. I don't know how many the mini bowls are. How mini is mini? Everyone is sick at the moment. Sides. Oh. kind of small. I mean, it would be, yes. Considering the pitiful amount of guacamole I got last time. Damn, I bet you Adam had deliverance too. What's a queen? Have a little bobbly head. Okay. Oh. I gotcha. I love that Adam outfit. I think it's so cool. Well, run to the flame turrets. To the flamethrowers. Stay on to the flamethrowers. I don't know. A lot of people will still be playing him until he gets nerfed a bit, I think. Oh, fuck. Oh, I don't have life. Oh, shit! Ah, you expected the other way around, didn't you? You thought I was gonna drop it and then crouch. Nah, nah, nah. Nah, nah, nah. I like the little bobbly head. Oh, someone's got breakout. You got breakout? Breakout gamer! Ah! Kara, hello, how are you? Oh, quick, quick, quick! Oh, fuck. Ooh. Fuck. Oh Lord, she coming. Turrets, turrets. There's no turrets up! There we go. There is, I'm just blind. Shit. Still sick? I am also still sick. Excuse me. I also might just say fuck it and get hubby to get me a burrito. And then just go BRB while I eat it. That works too. Yeah, it's just not, it's not super duper balanced. So tomorrow, yay! I too am working tomorrow. Or unless I'm sick, in which case, no, I won't. No, I still will. I probably still will. Let's be honest. I'll still be here. Oh, Adam. Nope. Ah, thrilling. It is, yes. Come on, thrilling, get out here. Oh my god. Nope, don't make that. No, sir. Thank you. I think so. Oh shit. I wish it. Fuck. I wish it was a bit quicker to grab the turrets out as well. Oh. I think she's after Dagon, so I think we'll be okay to heal here. I think so. Yeah, no, I would really like to have my mohawk on this cosmetic instead of this hair. Okay, alright. So you got a key? No, it's a flashlight. Ooh. Oh no, Dagon! David. Oh shit, didn't start recovering yet. Whoops. He ran straight over and started vaulting the shack windows? That was weird. That's weird. It might appear longer because she's a bit bigger. But the reach shouldn't be any further, no. Nice. Oh, so that was a bit brave. Oh my god. Damn. GG. Whew. getting close to next devotion level. Getting there. We're at 94. Hello. Another Kate. Matching Kates. Are they besties? Man, I don't think I have that Kate cosmetic. I don't think I have that. But just swap to something else. Bitches. Affectionately. I left Dagon. I hope you didn't go in without me. You shouldn't have. Dagon, come back out with me. There we go. What the heck? No, you're all good. Not super. I'm torn between Philip or Slay. I think Philip's probably better. Slugworth, god damn it. No, Philip. Oh my god. Oh, we're in first. No one else is here. Another Kate. Oh my god, triggered. Philip Slay. Oh man. Kate, come. Oh no, they left. Hey. What is it with mean duos? What the heck? No, so what happened was there's two Kates that were matching cosmetic, and then Dagon swapped to Kate as well and matched their cosmetics. And then they both swapped to some random characters instead. Like you can't match with us. They swapped to just two random people. And then Dagon swapped back to Ace. And then you've been cyberbullied by people who play DBD. That's low. Oh, Anonymous Leon. That's illegal. That's illegal. And then he said, wow. And they had the audacity to say, what? Like, what? What? What's you wowing for? You know. Oh. Survivor bought Midwich. Why? Why? Why would you do this? I should add one of these to my Amazon storefront. That way you can all get yourself a flaccid slug. Oh? I know you do. Who wouldn't? Oh, that's a nemesis. So you can get flaccid slugs. Got some ping. Hello. Dagon's on a totem. Is it a hex? Dagon usually will just get onto a hex. They are. All slugs are flaccid. You stay there. No, you stay there. You stay there. No, stay there. Yeah, yeah. No, go, no. No! Dickhead! Respectfully. How am I gonna... You're in the corner. Well, it shouldn't be. Let me see. Dum, 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 dum. Nope, it's still there. Why would you can see I've got a flashy. Why would you crawl into the corner? I'm trying to help you. That'd be a cute color scheme, but I just don't. We don't have candy corn here. You silly goose. Infectious fright. We know that TikTok's still up. Heck. Poor David. But yeah, it would still be, even though candy corn's not a thing here, so I've never tried it, it's still a really cute color scheme. Hang on, David. I'm coming. Yeah, no, I nearly didn't, but you know, that people would be like, What are you talking about? What was your conversation? What was your line of conversation? You didn't finish it." Oh god. Move, move, move! Fucking hell. That's too close. My brother in Christ, that is still too fucking close. Oh my days. Oh my days. Bitch. I'm gonna get you, Dagon, and then I'm gonna get that syringe. Otherwise, David's gonna take it. No, he's gonna take it from me! No, you're fucking not. No, you're not. It's mine! It's mine! Oh, no, get away. Mine. I never get the vaccines. I never bother with them. But this David's a silly goose, so I don't feel too bad by taking it out from under him. Excuse me. Excuse hello, how are you? It's me. I'm gonna try my best to finish the outside gen. I don't think he kicked it. He did kick it. Ah, heck. Couldn't see, so I hoped for the best. Lunch break, noise. No, Dagon just always knows where I am. He's always there when I need him. Fuck. See, it looks dumb as hell from this angle. From this angle, perfect. Flawless. Flawless camouflage. Can you go away? I need to try and find some of my like really old clips from like a year ago or a year and a half ago and see what build I was running and start running that again just so I can hate myself. This is a really good spot for this gen. The bush is bushing. It is in chase. Man, I cannot wait to play through Whispering Hills again. That zombie sounds really close. Oh! She was really close, yes. David is a little bit of a silly goose. Oh, David swung him, but I couldn't. What the fuck? That's... Oh, Ada. Oh, I'm healed. Oh, Ada, no! Oh, God. Still got 4 gens to go, bloody hell. Excuse me. All I can hope to do here is get a flashy save and just prolong the inevitable. Which way, which way, which way? Or, alternatively, I can do all 4 gens while Dagon runs. The run to end all runs. I believe in you. They'll also show where you are because they'll raise their arms when they find someone and then slowly walk towards them with their arms raised. Otherwise, they walk around with their arms down. Oh, God. I missed him. I see, this is the smarter spot to hide in this room than the locker. Because if you hide in the locker, they're gonna check the locker. Oh, this gen has some progress on it. Let me just check the locker. I shouldn't have blinded the zombie. Fuck. This is the sort of bullshit that we... They're welcome. That we now face because we can't just DC to give the other person a chance at hatch. So good and tasty. Alright, now I have flip-flop. I won't be able to get you Dagon, I don't think. But... yes. Hehehe, fuck you. Shit. Whew. Fuck. Oh my gosh. Whew. Infectious fright with Joel. Surveillance and monitor and abuse. Okay. Goodness me. That was a little bit... David brought this map. Why? David, why? 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 Never bring a map offering again. Fucking hell. He's so silly. This is so silly. Flip flop. Flip flop. That's what you get for just slugging, boy. Yeah, that I know that like you're allowed to do it. You're allowed to do whatever the hell you want, technically. As long as you aren't cheating, you're allowed to do whatever you want. But it will still annoy me when killers leave the last two slugged. Cause they're scared of one survivor making it out through hatch. Drives me insane. Insane. And they can do that a lot more easy now. A lot easier now. A lot more easy. A lot more easier. A lot easier because of the DC bots. Timmy, hello. They're not too bad. Not too bad. Excuse me. Ooh, a breakfast burrito. Ooh. Breakfast burritos for dinner are the best. Anonymous Nia? Oh my god. I do, yes, and 2 skins. Oh no, my game is going to crash. Because there is a child in the lobby. Now here's the thing, I can either crash the game or we can grief this Jill. It's not a good look for me to be griefing people while I'm streaming, so I'm just going to crash the game. Otherwise, I would not be able to control myself because they're being an absolute twat. Don't you be insulting... Don't you be insulting Dagon's ace? The person was very clearly a child. And they said that Dagon's ace looked like they were going to molest him. That's not something to make a joke about. That's not funny. I don't want to play with you. Dead to me. Yeah, they said, what the fuck is that ace skin? And then said, looks like you're going to molest me. I don't play games with children. Thank you. Kazon died. Yeah, that's not okay to joke about. Yeah, I'm very practiced at figuring out what people are trying to say with the hashes, with the censorship. Burrito. So I want pulled pork. I do. I want a Cali burrito with pulled pork, I think. That is what I want. Pulled pork Cali burrito. At least we haven't got to listen to There's Nothing. There's nothing. Please, hello, how are you? Barbecue, I like chipotle. A chipotle sauce. Barbecue is also good. Chipotle and sour cream and guacamole. Yay, Gentle Bill's in my party. It's not actually showing Gentle Bill, but it's just what pops up. Yeah. I want a burrito. I need a burrito. And Jake, hello. And Meg. Someone with boba in their name. Oh, they look so cute. Oh, another comment I've reported got removed. Cool beans. Love to see it. Oh no, the Meg swapped to a Carlos. I don't think I've ever had a good game with a Carlos. Let's see. Who'll be the obsession? What's the word I'm looking for? Exception. Fucking hell. Who'll be the exception to the rule? Oh. At a storm? White ward, sacrificial ward, flowers, and a pudding. They are very, very rarely good. They are very rarely good, unfortunately. We had a bit of a sprinkle here today, and then it became grossly humid. Very, very humid and yuck. Ooh. It's not Zeno, at least, thank God. Always have a quick squiz around here to see if there's any hexes up. Oh, I don't really like. Oh, it's a plague. Okay, it's a plague. I don't really like storms. I like rainstorms, but I don't like thunderstorms. Could be panic attacks. Alegría. Yeah, at least we've been having some tornadoes lately, here and there. Hook's right there. Fuck. Oh, breakout? Breakout gamer? Ah! Have you got breakout? Remember when I said I've never played with a good Carlos? Do you remember when I said that? On the plus side, now I'm with a good Carlos. The bot will be good. Oh. Oh, Carlos bot. Butlers. Looks like Jenna was on back here. This one. Oh, girl. Fuck off. Not even a Mori. I'm so sad. Oh my god. Fuck. So it's a plague. I don't really care if I die swiftly. I know some of you guys don't like vomit. Yeah, I don't like the noise scares me, I think. And it hurts my eardrums because tinnitus makes my eardrums shake and I hate it. Oh, has she got the vomit add-on? I think she does. Yes, she does. That's so OP. So the vomit add-on is each time you vomit, which is fairly constant when you're fully infected, you reveal your aura for 3 seconds. 6 if you have lethal. Look at Addie. Tiny, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, raiders. We are facing plague. I'm so sorry. Cutie, hello. How are you? Pick me up, bitch. Do it. Oh, man. Eh. I also can't sleep. I can't sleep during thunderstorms. I really can't. Right, we won't spectate that either. We'll just wait for Dagon in the lobby. Wait in the lobby. I don't know if this is still good or not. Let's see. This should be. There we go. Yeah, it looks fine. Oh, it smells good. Oh my god, but it looks a bit messy. Which means chopstick time. It's an Oreo cake. Kylie, hello. Welcome in, welcome. Thank you all. I thought so. Well, Oreo cake. But I also do have mini Oreos that I'm also eating. Because that's me. Can't see them though because they're so dark. Did she? Of course she did. Stinky plague is stinky. I'm so sorry. That's the first mug of the day redeemed today. Which makes me sad because my mug is so cool. What was the name? I didn't even check. My mug is so cool. But I didn't want to ruin it for anybody. So I didn't reveal it at all. So we will do mug of the day. Yay! Thanks, Dagon. Oh, gross. I know! I've got chocolate in my teeth. Delightful. Haha, what a weenie. But mug of the day today is the Weeping Angel mug from Doctor Who. Look at it. Look at it. It's so cool. I love it. I love it so much. I wish that it had like the scary side on one side and then the normal side on the other side. But it's just got the scary one. But yeah, it's so cool. Very fancy. So if you haven't watched Doctor Who, this won't be too scary. If you have watched the Weeping Angels, the first Weeping Angels episode, this will be scary. Otherwise, it's just a cool mug. This is very cold coffee. This coffee's been made for 6 hours. The other one, not particularly, but I wasn't really an Amy Pond fan, to be honest. That being said, it is iced coffee now. That being said, that was like, what, the second? The second, Amy episode? It was pretty new in the series. It was pretty new in the series. So, yeah, I hadn't warmed to her yet. I also hadn't really warmed to him yet. Now, though. Tegan, thank you for the gift sub. J-Boy, hello, how are you? Welcome in. Also, especially considering that it was a Dr. Light, it's called a Dr. Light episode, where David Tennant was barely even in it. So, it's a they call it a Dr. Light. Same as, what episode was it called? Oh, what was it called? She did one with David Tennant, yes. But the Absorbaloff, with the Absorbaloff, that was also another Dr. Light episode where Doctor Who was barely in it. It takes about, for the eyes, I would say like 10 minutes. Yeah, the library was the first one with River Song. Very good. With the Vashta Narada in the library. Yeah, the Absorbaloff one was very creepy. That was very creepy. But yeah, it takes about 10 minutes to do just the eyes, and the way that I do have a video in my makeup playlist that shows how to do my eyeliner. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I love my TikTok followers. They are the best. Onryo? Yeah. Onryo. But basically I will do a series of just lines and then fill them in. And that makes it a lot easier. Even when I had really bad shakes from my medication, that was when I started to go, oh, okay, I can't really do my... That's the one. Mother... Catherine Tate was really good. She was a really good companion. She was great. Because there was also no romantic tension. There were just like two really good buddies. Two good buddies that loved each other platonically, and it was amazing. Their chemistry was so good. Oh, oh god. Why does no one ever want to pick up in front of me? No one ever wants to pick up in front of me. Why? What did I do? But, how good... How would it work if we had like, for instance, if we had Weeping Angels in Doctor Who, in DVD? You know how that would work. It'd be horrifying. Real specific with the hook? Alright, we shall see if it's Floods of Rage. Wait, no, I gotta see. I'm coming, Dagon! Out of the way, tap! Hotcakes? Hell yeah, hubby's gonna get me. No! Hubby is gonna get me a burrito. Daleks would be scary. Oh my god. Almost any Doctor Who. Any Doctor Who character. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. Any Doctor Who. Villain would be really scary. Thanks, Meg. Meg. Meg is megging. Meg's gonna Meg. Dagon's chasing Meg. No. Hi, Meg. Not the slugging too. Goodness me. Oh, Megatron, I believe in you. Oh. Okay. Dagon, no! There is not a hatch offering. Or a map offering. Yeah, it just looked like a camp, but it wasn't. It's like, I have a hook, you don't. Please heal me. Thank you, thank you. Oh, gosh. Oh god. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, she's got Sloppy, that's why. Sloppy sucks. Yeah, because then if you stop healing, your progress goes all the way back down again. Awful. Thanks, bestie. Hold still. I'm a professional. Hang on, Tappy. Oh, hello. Nah, she just got sloppy butcher. I don't think I can come and get you, Tap. Fuck. The sound of her hit is very solid. Let's Meg. Hi, Meg. There's not too much point in unhooking because undetectable add-on. We've only done one gen. Oh, good, Carly. Thank you for the lurks. Hope your cleaning goes well. Let's see if there's a med kit up here. I went the long way. Alright, no med kit. I'll take a tape though. Oh. Oh. I'm... Crouch! Quickly crouch! Her aura is so weird. There's 4 gens to go. I can't... It's just gonna prolong the inevitable. I'm sorry. Up she goes. I'm so sorry, Tap. Oh, you're a real one. I'm so sorry. That would be great is if... Get out of here, Burb. As if hatch spawns in Maine, that'd be great. Or not. Fuck me, I guess. It's a tricky map for it, for sure. Fucking hell. I thought I heard a hint of it, but her chase music is also kind of similar. Oh well. No! This map hurts my eyes so much. Brutal strength, jolt, sloppy in. There was floods of rage. I mean, GG. I am sad because I am dead. But they played really well. Oh my god, wrong button. Can't be mad when you get outplayed. I mean, I can be mad, but what's it gonna do? Then I've lost and I'm also mad. many points do I have? Yeah, not too many. We'll keep doing what we're doing. Might run to the loo very quickly though, so I'll be right back.
Okay chat, now that they are gone, it's time to riot.
Right, I'm back again. I uploaded a short to YouTube and forgot to disable the comments. Stupid me. Which means we had such classics as Bald. It's not a phase, Mom. The teabag was unwarranted. Just leave. The comments are now disabled. They're so predictable. So predictable. Yeah, someone else commented on one of my other TikToks. They said, huge respect from Killer Main, amazing play and no teabagging, kinda rare to see. Don't watch my newest TikTok though. Don't do that. Yeah, interacting, but at what cost? People who are rude to me on TikTok, it's A, it's exhausting. B, I'm just going to block you. I don't care. I'm not gonna respond to you. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna block you. That's all that's gonna happen, is I'm gonna block you. I was about to search something. What was it about? I was about to search something. What the fuck was it? Oh, that's right. I'm just gonna check the views on it. That's what I wanted to do. Nia is one of my mains. Yeah, she's the first one I got to 100. Another Onryo. Oh my god. Another one. I hope it's not the same one. Ace breathes so loud. Melina, hello. Crazy, hello. How are you? Oh my gosh. Yoink. Damn, that lit up for quite a long while. Oh. Oh. I'm slightly sus. Just a touch. I did, yeah. Hello. Stay good. You can see her face. Wait, I gotta clip that. Wait, I have to clip that. That was horrifying. That was horrifying. Girl, you are jittering. You got borrowed time, fuck yeah. Okay, ace number 4. Not Dagon. It's got borrowed time. Cool beans. Alright, that was Jolt. What did the other one have again? She had Sloppy. This one got Sloppy, I don't recall. Oh my god, suddenly Dagon. Shit. The other one did. I don't think this one does. No, she doesn't. Jolt is also just popular, so there's that. Deebles, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it.
Is going well.
There we go. Oh my god, the hat! The hat! Excuse me. Did hubby respond? I think so. The other one? Yeah. I remember there was something else as well. Fuck. Oh, she's got the add-on where you have to do it in this one. There was... Oh. There was something else. Oh. Oh, jolt. Brutal, sloppy, jolt, floods of rage. That's what she had. Oh, I'll just do it. Well, this one's got jolt, but again, pretty much every killer has jolt these days, let's be honest. It's a good perk. Sounds hello. Oh, thank you. Oh, Elodie. Ace number 4. Are you doing anything, buddy? Darko's one? A little. Unless you mean Dagon. Dagon's is a bit scary. If you're not expecting it, and he just drops out from the sky, then yeah, I can see that. Oh, ace number 4 is in chase. Gonna get a gen done, I swear. We're gonna get one done. Never mind. So, Jolt, Merciless. I still love her HUD. Her HUD is so cool. The static effect and stuff. Amazing. I'm coming, Dagon. Not ace number 4 walking away from you. I see you. At this rate, we may as well just heal here. It's fine. What's the worst that can happen? We die? Haha. Ace number 4, are you gonna do a gen? You walked past the gen. He's just slow walking around. Ace number 4, you make me sad. Alright, we've got a scourge hook of some kind. That lag is lagging. Ah, I'm just gonna die. Only one gen done. It's not gonna happen. Hello, how are you? That's not gonna happen. Alright, run, Dagon! Live! Excuse me. I did, yes. I was gifted a Steam key. I got gifted a key for it, and I hate it. If I had paid for it, I would have gotten a refund by now. It's so boring. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Spine chill. I know a few other people who do like it, but yeah, it's just not for me. Oh, it was Eruption. Okay. I was not any of the gens when they were triggered, so I wouldn't have known. Well, Ryan Pop and Merciless. The specific TV. That's how it used to be. This is how Onryo used to be. You had to bring it to a specific TV. Now you can do it to just anything. You're all good. So yeah, I was very confused. It's like one specific one? What? Yeah, but half the time, if we try to sacrifice ourselves, the killer can tell and then they'll just refuse to kill us. Like if I want a Mori, they'll refuse. They will refuse. Bitches. Bunch of bitches. I have, yes. Phase 2. It's a fucking truck. About? What the heck are they on about? Like how Google is like, you mean bocconcini? Yes, I do. I mean pasta. Thank you very much. I saw... Wait a second. Wait a second. Complete it? Hell yeah. Oh, I was gonna watch that clip to see if I got a delightful shot of Onryo's face when she dropped. I did! Can I make the playback even slower? Yes. Alright, I don't know how well you guys can see this, but watch her face. It's just no features. What the fuck? That's so scary. Creepy as hell. That's what's really under the hair. Doing this hello. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I try. Now who have we got? Probably. Did I hear heavy breathing? Did I hear heavy breathing? I feel like I did. Did I hear heavy breathing? Oh no, maybe it was just Dagon. Okay, but maybe it was just Dagon. Yes. Hey, Killer brought RPD, and Dagon brought Sacrificial Ward. That's my ace. That's Dagon. Oh, it's a Xenomorph. Oh. Never mind. Naked Spirit, was it the white one? The Titan? I have that skin. I love that skin. My Naked Spirit. Barbecue, and I think lethal. Yes, barbecue, lethal. Oh shit. It is the skin, yes. I'll show you after this if you like. No, it's a skin. It's not available anymore though. It was an actual skin. They're all good. Where did he go? Until the patch, yes, it would have been pretty good for them because initially they could see no, you're all good. People often say that, like, okay, the same ace. Fucking hell. Wiggle, Dago, wiggle! Fuck. Oh, yes. Oh dear. Poor bestie was going through it. They changed so that instead of seeing... Oh my god, the reach. Instead of Xenomorph seeing 2 levels in the tunnel, they just see 1. So it used to be that if they were on the bottom floor of something like RPD, they would see the second story as well and see footsteps there. So that would probably be why they brought RPD, but it has been changed in the last patch update so that it doesn't do that. Yeah, because it was basically giving information on 2 stories instead of just 1. Well, I'll bring up the patch notes after this. I'll bring up the patch notes and I'll read through that specific thing and I'll show you the spirit, the Naked Spirit skin as well. Oh, good lucky, have a good day. Oh. Yes, if you have Xenodes bringing Midwitch or RPD, that's why. Naked and afraid. Wow, she's not afraid. Naked and slayed. Hee hee hee. Yeah, the Titan Spirit. It's my favorite. That's why I started playing Spirit. Because I like the skin. I don't like AOT, but I like the skin. It's scary. Buffering? Taking a while for the map to load? What the fuck's going on here? It is really pretty. I like the I guess you could call it mermaid. Like mermaid siren. The one for spirit though. When she runs around, she has bubbles floating off of her. It's very cool. Oh no, Elodie. I can't make that. Or can I? No, I can't. I'm gonna commit to this gen. I'm coming, keep distracting, Dagon, I can make it to Elodie, I can do it, I can make it! Oh, never mind, she's up. Fuck. Oh wait, oh there's some turrets up, some. This one, this is... Oh, which one do you mean? The mermaid one. Plague. And then Spirit has also got a... like a sea witch one that has bubbles coming off of it. If that's the one you mean. Excuse me. Oh god. The spirit one? No? They're in the store. I will show you. I'll show you this. I like going to the store. Oh. Oh, nowhere to hide. You got lethal barbecue, nowhere to hide. Make sure it's got your aura, Dagon. And I'm not sure what else. Where are you? Where are you? Why can't I see you? Oh, there you are. Oh, fucking hell. Thank you, baby. Ooh. Sorry, Dagon. It's hubby's fault. Oh, it smells so good. Oh my god. I do love that Fung beanie though. It's so cute. As a beanie girl. Yeah, I got a burrito out of it, so you know I can't be mad. And a Mexican cola, a Mexican Fanta, I mean. Yeah, GYG. Nia skin, I do like it. I like it a lot. There we go. It's Mandarin. I assume it's pronounced jarritos, or as Australians would say, Doritos. I assume it's pronounced jarritos. Mandarin. Mmm. Mmm. Yummy. Oh, it's very Mandarin. That's really good. I'm sorry, Fung. Is that a light? No, it's just a... Oh no, it is a light. Oh, Elodie's here. Hey bestie, let me heal you up. Let me heal you up. I gotcha. It really is. It's delightful. It's got more depth, but it's also more delicate than orange. Way to sound hoity-toity about a soda flavor. Fucking drop it, drop it. This would be a good spot for Lupin. I'll let you do that because I don't want to. Is that Trail of Torment? Excuse me. Fuck, I was too low. I'll leave you there for a tick, Dagon. Elodie can go for you. Shit. I was too low. I'm so sorry. Oh no, onto this hook. Oh no! Oh no! Heck. Oh no, now I can eat my food. What a tragedy. So sad. Oh, churros. Oh, they smell good. Chippies. These are so salty. Run, Dad, gotta run! Hope the hatch is in there. Under there. Please, hatch, please, please, please. No. Inside, inside. Amazing. We're getting so much better at finding hatch on that map. Oh yeah. It was Trail of Torment. Trail of Torment is so popular today. It's quite popular. He didn't shut my door all the way. Is it? I can see that. God, the heat, the wave of heat that I could feel coming through the door. Oh, disgusting. Is that chocolate sass? It is! Oh, it's dulce de leche. Oh. Interesting. Why? Why, God? I'm not a super duper big fan of dulce de leche. Not my preference. Thank you for the gift subs. I appreciate it. We're taking another wheel spin. When I finish eating, we'll take another wheel spin. That's so sweet. I appreciate it. Whoa. Mmm. Mmm. That's some crunchy churros. Mm. Oh my god. It's a churro. I'm sort of back, but I'm also still eating. I just had a really good idea. I think it's a good idea. I saw someone on Twitter bitching. I know, right? Say it ain't so. Someone on Twitter complaining about something. What? Since when? This streamer, and he was like, if I see someone with a starting soon screen, I'm just gonna go watch someone else, which is so stupid. And then someone said, oh, what about like a BRB screen? Which is what made me think of it. And he was like, no, that's okay. But like, a starting soon one, I just want to watch the stream. You can still talk to people who are there. But anyway, so I had the idea. I've already got my daily keys, and which we can all collect and stuff. Excuse me. But I want to have something extra. We used to have the first button. By their logic, obviously. We used to have the first button, so one person would claim first each stream, and that got really competitive to a point that I didn't like, because people would come and claim that, be refreshing the stream to claim it, and then they'd go. That's like you can, but that just takes it from other people. It's more fun if a few people get to have a go. So what I'm thinking I might do, which is just an extension of the keys, it is very high school, is have a redeem for the first, I don't know, 20 to 30 people. The first 20, 30 people that come in while the stream is starting, and I'll limit it to 20 or 30. I don't know how many. And they can be worms. You can collect worms because the early bird gets the worm. So the people who are part of early gang can collect worms when they come to the start of the stream. I don't know. I just thought it could be cute. I'll figure something out. That's not guacamole. That's just a giant chunk of avocado. What the fuck? Yeah, because I didn't want to have like just an emote or just a command that they can use. Right, now I'm back again. Oh, goodness me. What was I saying? Yeah. That's so silly to have an issue with starting soon screens, but not BRB screens. BRB could be on for who knows how long. Starting soon, you're guaranteed to be starting in like 5, at the most 10 minutes. And doesn't make sense. Brooklyn, hello, how are you? Excuse me. The burrito was, it was not up to my standard. But it's good because hubby got it for me. The chippies are really, really good. But the pork in it is lacking. What are you gonna do? There's a big chunk of fat. Oh, my wheel spin. Hang on. My wheel spin. Let's spin the wheel. Please don't be keyboard and mouse. I'll take ASMR. I'll take it. If you don't like ASMR, we can tag you when it's over. It's just me whispering aggressively. The gameplay is still audible. Right, I'm ready. Let me turn the music down just a touch. And I'll finish chewing my food and then I'll turn the gain up. I don't want to turn the gain up while I'm chewing, because that will just be unpleasant. But yeah, the pulled pork in burrito bar burritos, much better. Also, my lipstick held up fairly well considering I just ate half a burrito and 2 churros. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's pronounced jalapenos. I think that the J is pronounced huh. I think we'll find out. It's good no matter what, and I like it. It's Black Moon Cosmetics. Alright. Whisper time. Jaritos. Cool, that makes sense also. It is H. Yes, I thought so. I can't roll my R's very well. Jaritos. Especially not while whispering. Jaritos. Excuse me. Jaritos. Okay. Got it. And Dwight. Hello, Dwight. Yes. Dwight and another Nia. I'll top up my lipstick just a little bit, just a little. I'm sorry. Oh, my nose, god damn it. That'll do. Same. I got Crohn's disease. I got tummy troubles. Oh no, the straw's too short. Oh no. Bubbly. It's so bubbly. The mandarin's really nice. It's so bubbly. Oh my god. Oh no. I thought that maybe the straw would be buoyant because of the bubbles. No, it just drops straight down. Oh. If only I had a mug. A whisker. Hello, bird. Oh no, too many bubbles. Oh god. Fuck. Ah, fuck. Ah. Fuck. Back, come back. Oh, see, don't mind. Ah, shit. Jesus. 720. I do not play on 720. You'll want to change your settings through Twitch. Because I'm on 1080. Heavens, no, you're all good. 720 will have less delay. But anyway, they will be a bit clearer for you. Excuse me, my nose. Yeah. Excuse me. Goodbye. I did, yes, thank you. Burrito bar burritos are much better though. They're pulled pork is. The GYG pulled pork is not as good as burrito bar. It's very sad. The chippies are really good. It was a thick burrito. The churros were very good. Oh my gosh. They're very crunchy. Because I'm doing an ASMR round. It's near. Oh my god. spray, bestie. Alright, they're healed up. Nia, you gotta do some spray. Girl, you gotta go spray. Nia. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm whispering because I'm hiding. Obviously. Fuck. Don't know how that connected, but sure. Shit. Alright. Need new plan of attack because gens are not getting done.
You disappoint me. Is that the best you got?
Leia, hello, how are you? Yep. Next game. Oh my gosh. Now this seems too loud. ASMR round, yes. But it's over now. It's over. Okay, I'll go Elodie. What are you doing, Elodie? I'll go flashbang. Yes. How many brand new parts have I got? 17. That might do. Do I want that? No, I don't. We'll just go flashbang. Gonna be a bang gamer. Void, hello. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Excuse me. Whoop. Whoop. Existence is pain. Life is a prison. Just another Friday. On the plus side, though. Oh no, however will I get my straw out? With them big nails is how. Hehehe. Big nails. Unfortunately, it goes super bubbly after you sip it through the straw. It's carbonated on the way up. Bubbly. The Quinton and the Dwight. Right, let's see how Flashbang treats us. I don't think I'm gonna finish the rest of this burrito, sadly, which makes me sad. Burrito, no. Nach, no. No to? I don't know. I just say words. Ignore me. Pay attention to the killer's red stain. It tells you in which direction they are looking. Wow. Survivors can attempt to evade killers by hiding in lockers. Killers can search lockers but spend precious time doing so. Wow. October landing. Cool. I hope it's not a clown. We have a clown charm. Let's see. It is a clown. It's a clown. If you don't like clowns, we are facing clown. Thank you, Dagon. Oh. Dagon. I don't have a flashbang ready yet. I'm so sorry. I got live again. I love live. Oh my gosh, I love live. Shit. Let's just hook. Let's just hook. Can come over here. Fuck, he's not. Oh no! I'm so sad. That's all good. Should I pop on Bond? No, we don't need Bond. Fuck it. Fucking hell. Excuse me. Thankfully it's the puddles skin, so you can't see Clown's face. But excuse me. Hang on. Hang on, Dagon. I'm gonna blow my nose. There, I'm back again. Hello. I'm so not gonna make that. Nope. Nope. Oh, it's got tentacles on this side. I've never noticed that. I just noticed the spikies. Oh god. Shit. No. Damn. Damn. Audrey, hello. Well, thank you. Welcome in. Goodness me. Oh. Did you grab... Did you grab the flashbang? Yeah. My last gift. My parting gift for you. My flashbang. Use it well. Oh man. Nearly. Oh, Quentin! Quentin. Quentin, why? Good super, have a good day. No, keep looking at the clown. He's just standing there. I know, right? Let's go up and kick him. Kick him in the back of the knee. Wait, is he being friendly now? Is that what's going on? My god, it's my TikTok meme. Man. Is he being friendly now that I'm dead? What the fuck? Yes, it's even watching you with the same outfit. Pain. Clown indeed. I only had Shadowborn. That's weird. Alright, clown game is over. This is the biggest clown I've ever seen. Am I gonna double up? Yes, I am gonna double up. I'm gonna double up. Fuck these clowns. No, I won't do that. That's not gonna work. I'll forget. Oh my god, they wish they were us. What the fuck? Look! Imposters! What the heck are these imposters? Look at these two. They wish they were us. I don't know what build I've got. What have I got? Dynamic duo. This can only go well. It can only go well. Yeah, I love it. Let's go crunkly noises. Wishy, hello, Muffin, hello, how are you? I want to pull it apart so bad. I want to see what's inside. But I can't because it'll be broken. But I got to know. In our game? Yay! All me and the other Michaela. A duo one. That's Dagon. Say hi, Dagon. Don't just type hi Dagon in chat. Dagon, you motherfucker. Ah, goodness. We're a duo too. We look the same. Dagon said we're a duo. We are a duo. You just faced clown. We were also both screaming. Oh, Borgo. Alright, Dagon, are you the obsession or not? Not the obsession. Okay, Dagon is Michaela number 2. Huntress? Oh my god. And so like you, sure, tell us if it's anything like what my solo queue has been. Oh my lord. She knows I got a flashy and she knows I'm not afraid to use it. Downside. Your face. Help me, I'm innocent. Two gens done, let's go. No Iron Maiden. The fact that that's happened several times today to me is ridiculous. Oh, she fucked up. Alright, gotta fight the urge to crowd. Gotta fight the urge to crowd. Fuck off! Fuck off, you dickhead! Never happened. Oh, it happens so much. It's insane. It's insane. But literally, I think at least twice today, maybe even 3 times. And one of those times, it wasn't even that they didn't get off a gen, it's that they were just slow walking around. If they're staying on a gen, I could kinda get it. But they were just walking around. Save my Dagon! Oh, I nearly missed that. I'm not gonna make that. God damn it. 1 gen left though. Nice job, team. Aegon can take a hook state. Girl, fuck off! Oh, Feemonger too. Alright, I live here now. I live here now, but you can't see me. For reasons... To quote the killers, for reasons unknown. Alright, Nia has not been hooked yet. No, you're all good. You're all good. No, Witchy was talking about a game that she was having today. Not this game. Right, that's first talk, okay. Half a gen to go. I'm also impressed that the kill letters didn't dodge the lobby when we were duoing. Also, the only perk I know that she's got is Fearmonger. Shit. I'm coming. No, you're all good. I'm gonna come and get ya. Bit of murmur, okay. I can find you. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Alright, I'm gonna go to this gate. If you guys can see me teabagging, crawl in this general direction. Ow. Dagon, no! Am I going to take a hit? Sure, I can. No blood warden. Oh god. Two out of 4 ain't bad. Run, Michaela. Okay, she's out. Whew. Damn. I hate to face a decent huntress. The huntress? Have we? Oh yeah, we did. I don't remember who they played. I remember that we did face them today, yes. I do recall. Oh no, I know, but you know. Politically correct. Didi, thank you for the game. Excuse me. Fuck it, I'm gonna stay on. I'll send Elodie. Fuck it. You did, you smashed the gens. Sarah, hello, how are you? I've still not seen another Nia with this outfit. I still haven't. Car, oh no, car, oh god, yeah. Nothing to get rid of your savings like car trouble. Oh my god. Oh no. Hey, the gens, at the end of the day, the gens are what has to be done for everyone to get out. True, that's kind of how we always are. We'll get some savings we'll get some savings up, and then something will happen, and we're like, oh, there goes the savings. I guess we saved it for a reason. God damn it. I've got to figure out how to Gerald the hairstyle on this one. I gotta Gerald it. And it sucks because, like, you need a car. Mori? Oh, Mori. Please don't be Xenomorph. I'm kind of over Xenomorph. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, that's like something that you can't go without, is a car. I do because I don't drive. But... well, at least you get a day off, I guess? I guess? You're trying to find a positive about it? Little tail nub doesn't move and it bugs me. Everything else moves, but that doesn't move. It looks like it should. Sims, I've never tried Sims. I feel as though I have an obsessive personality, so I would just never leave my room again. It would just be Sims. All Sims. It looks very fun. The various challenges and stuff that you can make up to do with it seems very fun. The mods look very fun. I just never picked it up. Yeah, some more lethal. Not a Xeno. Hell yeah. Not an Onryo, not a Skull Merchant. I'll take it. Oh, Steve is found. Yeah, that's how I am with. Oh, not exactly like that, but I'll want to start from scratch each time I play, like Fallout or Fallout or Skyrim. I'm just gonna clip that and clip it there as well. What the? Is that an Oni? Steve was there and then he was over there. What the heck? I still have an alien command, but this is different now. I think it is an Oni. Hell yeah. Hang on, Steven. Help is on the way. What kind of Oni? The amount of people I had coming in from TikTok and that was their first message in chat was the alien command because they'd seen the TikTok was very funny. Oni with a Mori. We've got a good skin. Please have a good skin. Minotaur skin? Do you have Minotaur skin? Please? Oh, he's curving. He's curving. I was going to show you the spirit skin. I'm so sorry. No, you're all good. Not a bad thing at all. Hello, Steve. Quickly, Steve. Oh my gosh. Oh. I'll either play amazingly or terribly. Or play amazingly and then still die in the end. Oh, goodness me. still can't quite tell what skin he's got. I was going to show spirit skins and a plague skin. Who was that for again? I'm so sorry. Sorry, Steve. Fuck. The good Ganti, thank you for the game. That's yellow. Oh, thank you. The games have been not too bad. Oh, lordy coming. Shit, 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 shit. Oh. Shit. Does Hoarder show your aura when you open up a chest? Has he got Hoarder? Too soon. Oh, it's a prestige Oni. Oh. Does Hoarder show your aura or is it just a notification? That's from Oni's power ability. So you have those orbs floating around you when you're injured and affected by them, and then he'll see them as a white aura to track you. Thwack? Not thwack. What is that? Wasn't thwack because I didn't scream. Forbidden Kool-Aid. Tomatoes. His tomatoes. Oh. 2 gens left. We got this. We got this. Where is Steve? I will help him do a gen. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Oh. He's... Oh my gosh. Yeah, I couldn't remember... Because revealing location and revealing aura are 2 different things. I might do both. I have to have a look. Look at Sarah, thank you for popping in. Have a good day. Floaty blobby. But then they will go with adrenaline, unless of course he has terminus. Thank God. He's got barbecue. Auras are popping for some reason, but I can't quite pinpoint what, to be honest. This is a new cosmetic. Yes, yes. Alright, after this game, I will go to the shop and show you the skins. No blood warden. Over here. Over here. Fuck yes. Run, Steve. Steve. Oh my gosh. Oh, got him. Run, Steve. Run, Steve. Oh. Nice. Oh, Dagon, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. He was gonna bash us. I'm so sorry. Oh, Leon's still in. Oh, never mind. Against an Oni, I kinda get it, but still. Ah, that's what it was. That's why I couldn't freaking pin it. All survivors can see the light orbs at the same distance as you. Survivors' auras reveal for 3 seconds when coming into contact with a blood orb. Oh, that's interesting. I've not faced that add-on before. Oh. And then, of course, he's got lethal. Your auras would have been revealed for 6 seconds. That's why distortion kept on popping, and I could not freaking pinpoint what it was from. Because it would happen a bit too soon for it to be barbecue, or a bit too late for it to be bitter murmur. I was very confused. That's so cool. Excuse me. Fascinating. Oh, hang on. Let me... To the store! To the salon! Da, 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 da. Let's show you... Oh. Yeah, let me... I'll back out and then I'll come back in again. So the spirit one, I can't show it to you in the store because it's not available in the store anymore, and it won't show it. Unfortunately. It's this one. She's naked. Fun fact, because of this cosmetic, when this cosmetic got added to the game, they changed the view that you can see of killers in the main menu. Because used to be, they were like over here. They were they were a lot more visible. But once they brought out this skin, they shoved everyone over a little bit. Because otherwise you'll just have a face full of cheeks. Just a face full of cheeks. So yes, that's that one. It's not hacked, it's just an AOT skin, and it's so cool. This is the reason I started playing as Spirit. And then there is the... what's it called? Siren? Marine Maiden. She's all fishy. She's all fishy. She's got little gill mouth. And seaweed hair and bubbles. All these bubbles that come off her, you can actually see them in the game as well when she's running around. When she's running around, she has little bubbles coming off of her. And then the plague one... the plague mermaid one is this one. That's pretty freaking cool. That's very cool. Whee! Physics! So lethal used to only work at the start of a match. I know, it's majestic and it's so cool. It used to only proc at the start of a match. Let me go to Nemesis so I can read it out for you. And then they changed it. Nemesis, where are you? Nemesis? I'm just blind. There we go. There you are. They changed it, so it used to be at the start of the trial, the aura of all survivors are revealed to you for 9 seconds. That used to be all it did. That was all it did. It was one and done. Which is not very good. Yes, that's the one and done. So they ended up buffing it so that it adds to any aura reading. So that includes perks, add-ons. Yeah, exactly. So it will buff everything, including itself. It will buff itself. So at the start of the trial, your auras of all survivors are revealed for 9 seconds. And the 2 seconds that it gives to every aura reading, it also gives to itself. So you start with 11 seconds of aura reading at the start of the match. So it's very good for huntresses. It's hilarious. It's so dumb, but also kind of good. Good for huntress for their aiming, good for... you'll often see blights with it, you'll see hillbillies with it. Those are the 3 big ones. He does kinda. But yeah, so we had and it includes add-ons. It's very cool. So if you have a plague with the aura add-on, which makes you reveal your aura for 3 seconds, I'm pretty sure it's 3 seconds. Each time you vomit, it will be 5 seconds. I feel like it's longer though. Yeah, it's just 2 seconds. Yeah, so it used to just be at the start, but now it buffs all aura reading. So if you run distortion and lethal does pop for you at the start, you can kind of expect to maybe see at least 1 more aura reading. At least. Alright. Let me invite Gentle Bill. AKA Dagon. Yeah, so it buffs itself, which is it's kind of funny. I think it was also originally only 8 seconds back in the day. So I'm pretty sure it was just 8 seconds and that was it. Oh no, it was 9 seconds, there you go. So it was 9 seconds and then in the 6.1.0 it was made for all the other ones, which I think is pretty fair. Sucks to face as a survivor if you don't have distortion. But yeah. Well, exactly. Oh, an anonymous Gabe. Okie dokie. And a streamer. Hello. But yeah, now you see lethal super regularly. Excuse me. And thinking about that person on Twitter that said, you can't just buff perks that aren't used so people use them more. That's quite literally what you can do. And it works. Can't just buff things that aren't being used so people use them more. Someone actually said that. How does it feel to be loud and wrong? Oh, good mom. Have a good night. Go sleep. Oh, full house. Lots of tiramisu's. Well, I mean, it works. I kind of like it, to be honest, because she was barely being used. She was barely being used, and she was not very powerful. She was not very strong. Yeah. Trail of Torment. Kiki Gen Silent Yellow? Oh, or do you mean... Yeah, no. Trail of Torment. Yes, I was thinking Tinkerer. Jules, hello. Oh, thank you. Is what you said. How did you describe Merciless Storm the other day? Oh, it was so dumb. It was amazing. Oh, what was it? I can't remember. But it was so funny. I don't remember what the hell it was. I knew exactly what you meant though. So your description works. You're the best friend. Who are they playing? Ah, nice. Survivor then. Cool beans. Oh, Huntress? Oh. Oh fuck. Oh, lullaby? Bestie. Oh. Fuck. Oh, this map is so good for it. I freaking love Haddonfield. It's so pretty. I do miss old Haddonfield. I had some fantastic chases. Two very memorable chases. One in particular was against a pyramid head and it dragged on for so long. And another was another was against a hag, and I think it was like the first time I ever double pipped. So it was super memorable. I was very desperate to get to Erie 1. And oh, had a very, very good game. Had a very good game. Oh no! Oh, it's just Dagon. Algorithm, hello. I'm sick at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah, Hawkins was... It was really good. I say this all the time it comes up, but I really do wish that I was playing on Hawkins now with the skill that I have now. Because I was playing on Hawkins when I was like... I was just a baby. I was a baby-dee-ba-dee streamer. I just a baby. Yeah, just a cold. Oh, we gotta go, bestie. We gotta go, bestie. Oh, shit. Hitboxes. It really is, yeah. Alright, we gotta go here. Yeah, Gabe, hell yeah. Then I might go and have a look for Huntress Lullaby. I probably should. Oh. I got it, thank you. What a cutie. Alright, let's get this. Let's get this hex, shall we? That's so sweet, thank you. Alright, dull totem. Oh, Gabe. Shit. Shit. You can tell there's a hex because of the little hex symbol. So the little red, oh yeah, a little red triangle that looks like a little totem there is a hex. And when you're first affected by any hex, it will always pop up at the top with the name of the hex. Huntress Lullaby is still bugged. So it will activate. No, you're all good. I didn't know what exposed meant for ages. Dagon, please. Like, exposed? What does that mean? Am I naked? Thank you. And then when you're in a boon radius, it's a little blue symbol. Ta-da! Yeah, Lullaby's bugged. It will start with a token. I don't know if it'll actually start with a proper token, like, activated. But it will activate on the first skill check you do on a gen. Oh my gosh. How would you do my hair? I just shave it. It's just shaved. But thank you. Silent now? Okay, I will get it. I'm gonna find it. Gabe. Yeah, and I have my own razor. I've got a big, nice big chunky razor that's really, really good. And it definitely saves money. And I think it looks good. I quite like it. Alright, let's see if it's in the street somewhere. It's always the worst spot for a hex. Little bits. If not, then maybe around here. Yeah, because it doesn't specify. It's the struggle we had when we were learning the game. Unless you played with other people who already knew, you were on your own. Oh, I know where I haven't checked. Hang on, I know where I haven't checked. Downstairs. Oh, thank you. Yeah, for sensory reasons, sorry. Oh, Dagon's found it. Dagon's found it. Was it downstairs? It was. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's Jonesy. Well, it's not actually, but we're gonna say it's Jonesy. Downstairs? Yes. I'll say I've checked fucking everywhere else. Yeah, I didn't know what exposed meant. So, like most of us when we're very new to the game, and we get one shot by the killer because we're exposed, and we're like, what? They're fucking hacking! This person's hacking! They're cheating! They just one-hit me and I went down straight away, what the fuck? We didn't know any better. Because to be fair, it should be something different. Oh, thank you. I should have called it something different. Like vulnerable or something. Exposed is just, it doesn't quite make sense. Yeah, Coffee Cat's hiding perks because we weren't sure if your friend was a survivor or the killer. And they're the survivor, so we can trade the perks. Right, the only one who can take a hook now is Dagon. She is, I know. I always check names at the start, but I keep them hidden during the match. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got a clip of my first time facing a... No, you're all good. Thanks for letting me know. I'm pretty sure I have it. I think it's on TikTok somewhere. Somewhere on TikTok. My first time facing a Tombstone Myers. I knew a little bit about it. I'd heard the phrase a Tombstone Myers. Tombstone Myers. Oh my god, Tombstone. But I didn't know exactly what it meant. I just knew that it was like a thing. And yeah, I was fully healthy. I was had not been hooked yet, and I was running, and then I just got grabbed. Just got grabbed and then killed. And I was like, oh. Oh, that's a tombstone. Okay. Oh, run the other way, Gabe. Run the other way. You're going so well. You're doing so well. The shield's on that gen. I'm on this one. We'll hopefully make it out. But I have a terrible feeling she's got nowhere. I'm not gonna lie. Excuse me. We should get these two gens done at like the exact same time. Oh, no, this one might have been a bit sooner now. Go, 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 go! Shit. Does it hook Dagon? He can take a hook? Nope. Right, Gabe, go for the gate. Go, 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 go. Get the gate, get the gate, get the gate. Legend, because now they can't stop us all! Can't stop us all! I hope that there's no blood warden, because I can't tell. Because I've got... Okay, thank God. Hang on, Dagon. Fuck. Hold on, Dagon, I'm coming. Damn. Oh, guys, go! Oh my god, go! Go! What are you doing? Go! No! Oh, I can crawl. What am I doing? Come on. Ah, damn. Wait a second, I can crawl. I still don't think I can make it out, honestly. We'll see. Rats. Damn. I should have started crawling earlier. Damn. I did about it. I'm at my max rank. I can't lose rank anyway. I'll always go the altruism option instead. And I still would have pipped.
I have met with the Council of Spooky Bitches, respectfully, and we have decided it's spooky season. This is the way.
Right, what do they have? They had Iron Maiden, okay. Whispers. Whispers is how she kept finding me. Whispers, I think, is very underrated. When I first started playing Killer... You did! When I first started playing Killer, I actually unironically enjoyed Whispers. That's a good thank yous for the game. GG. That's a good game. Nearly up a devotion. Got 3 levels to go. Ever so close. You do kind of have... You get the hang of it. You can tell when it gets louder and the certain sounds that it makes when you're getting closer. Once you kind of decipher the basically random noises that it makes, it's very good. It's very, very good. It's one of the very few things that can counter my bush text is, Whispers. Another Michaela, hello. Oh, and the killer left. Fine. Whispers. Oh, I think I know that. I feel like I know the Michaela. That name looks so familiar. My brain just uses words all the time. Yeah, the straw is no good. Get out of here. Go on, get. Thank them for the game. Goodness me. This is a mandarin flavored Jarritos. It's a Mexican soft drink. The mandarin be mandarinin. I don't mind the cola flavor. It can be a bit strong for me sometimes. It's very specific. It's a very unique kind of cola flavor. In reality, it's probably a more classic cola, as opposed to Coca-Cola's super sugary. Is it just sugary artificial flavored? Excuse me. Ah, goodness. Ah. It is. They got a lot of sugars. I found that the matches are taking a while to load in today. No one's dropped out at all through any of them. They've just been taking a while to load in. Not Zeno, cool beans. I don't mind it, that little... Fucking hell. I thought you were the pig. I thought you were Amanda creeping up on me like that. Oh, it's another clown. It's a clown, it's a clown, it's a clown. Dagon is typing. Thank you, Dagon. Angels, hello. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. We will Corita. We will ding you. Remind us to tag Corita when it's over. Those thighs, though. Oh no. Thanks, Dagon. Oh, damn. So close. The way that she just bolted, though. She just bolted when the gen blew. Bolted, I say. Any Mori? Oh, man. It's been forever since I've had a clown Mori, and it makes me so sad. I love all the om nom nom Moris. Come on, Claude, hang on. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, I thought I was injured. Whoops. It's something. Shit, I'm not gonna make that pallet nowhere near. I'll take it. Hey, Dagon, hey! Oh god. Oh, there's a wall there. God. The spins are off today, I'm so sad. I saw. I could hear him. Yeah, that's the thing with DVD. There's always someone better. Always someone better. Hello. Thanks. God. Claudie, get back on that gen. Get back on that gen. Damn. I was really hoping I could make it and then just come out of nowhere for the save. That's my favorite. That's my very favorite thing. Time for the save. Go, Claudie, go. Go, 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 go. Never doubted you for a second. Oh, that's how you described it. You described it as buggy yellow glyph gen perk. That's what it was. Yellow glyph gen perk. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, you motherfucker. And he meant Merciless Storm. No! Shit. Fuck off. Oh man, I'm still exhausted. I'm still exhausted. Ow. Where's the window? I am using Live, Kindred, Distortion, and Adrenaline. Oh my goodness. Oh, hey Claude. Claude for the save out of nowhere. Save for the hills. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. We can't do it. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, no, never mind. It does come in very handy. Especially if you're, being left slugged. Fuck. He's very determined to face walls. Goddamn killers with brains. In this economy? Oh, which way is he coming from? Oh shit, hello. Whee! Yeah, Lithe is very, very good. I love Lithe. It's my favorite. I think it's my favorite exhaustion perk. Hello, gang. Oh, Dagon's on Death Hook. I don't really want to leave him over there, but if the clown sees me at all, he's just gonna go straight to a wall. Fuck. Damn. Yeah, I think Lithe is good because it helps you learn where pallets are likely to be and where window vaults are likely to be. And you can also control exactly when it triggers. Hello. We shall see. Michaela is the only one who can take another hook. Claude and I are both on Death Hook, so I'm assuming at least one more of us will die. Honestly. Did you just run down into the basement? You did! Oh no, she ran out. Never mind. I retract it. This one's been started? No, it has not, but it's right next to the gate. Let's do this one. Yeah, I like this skin except for the hair because of that little weird patch at the back of the head. They apparently don't know how it looks when someone parts their hair. And instead of trying to do a clean part, they just put a weird patch of short hair there instead. So there's that. If you can ignore that, it's amazing. I even like the visor. What do you got against ghost bags? Surely he can see her scratchies. He's got a good eye. Oh, catches and chase. Will give me the chance to do this. I've not kept track of his perks. I am very sad. Okay, no Ed. Good. See, that's why there's the visor, to keep that red light out of her eyes. No blood warden. No blood warden today. I'm very sad. Alright, if I die, I don't care. I'm just gonna get Michaela out. She was very helpful. Hopefully she saw where I opened up the gate. Oh, Michaela, I'm coming. Go. Go, bestie. That's not the right way. It's this. Where are you going? Bestie, where are you going? You're killing me. I don't think she knows the map very well. Fucking hell. Okay, never mind. I'm out. I don't think she. Oh my god! I don't think she realized there was this giant cutout in the map that's walled off. I think she just tried to run as the crow flies, but wrong. Damn. She ran entirely the wrong way. I only had pop, damn. Why? Do you reckon aura reading? She's got the heart. It's the thought that counts, etc., etc. Or, you know, other things. Other things. Yeah, had the spirit, but didn't didn't stop him from just killing her. No, I thought I was going to be the first one to go there, so that was a bit of a turn of events. Quite a turn of events. Excuse me. I'll wait a tick before I ready up again. It's good, isn't it? I love it. It's my little slug. It says it's called a squarmy. It's called a squarmy, but it's clearly a slug. It's got a little slug face. You're sad, why you sad? Were you my killer? Did we back out when you were the killer? I'm so sorry. I didn't like the teammates' names. They're very aggressive. They gave me yucky vibes. Artist? Oh. Well, now that you're on, you'll probably get us, like, a bunch. A bunch. Have you? Oh, man. That's so typical. Yeah, no, I didn't like the vibes of the teammates, so I just silently backed out. Just backed out. Oh, I'll run an ad as well because they're gonna run anyway. So have an ad. Have a minute. Let's be right here waiting for Oh, yep. Someone just left. So. Another Michaela. Hello. In the last match, it's so good. It was not a bad match at all. Man, not me with two cute Michaelas. Oh my gosh. Can't type. That's true. I try. DBD senses bish. It won't let me call Dagon a bish. Oh, Amori? Yes. Is it tits or clit? I'll just do it verbally. Nips, JD, hello, good luck. I was gonna say, if I still had my pierced nips, I could do that Michaela cosplay. That'd be a cosplay and a half, wouldn't it? Michaela cosplay and then some. Oh. He's so... Oh my god, that's a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing. Never say that again! No, I loved mine, but one started to shift and it yeah, went weird. It went weird and it shifted and it had a scab that would never... Iron Maiden? I had a scab that would never ever heal. And I don't like being asymmetrical, so I took them both out. Oh. Alien Instinct? No, it's the other one. Ultimate Weapon. Oh, excuse me. Ultimate Weapon. Ah, God. That's it. It's my eye tracker. Maiden list. No maidens. Yeah, it looked cute for like a week or two, and then I was like, nah. Nah. But it was the worst pain for a piercing I've ever experienced. I wouldn't get them done again. Cute as fuck. They look so good. I would never get them done again. Yeah, sometimes you do just get tired of them. I'm... what's the word? Dumb? No, I've got a bunch of different... I guess you could say idiosyncrasies? A few little quirks. Oh, dude, they are excruciating. I'm so sorry. Excruciating. If you've already got sensitive nipples, then yes, it will be very painful. If you don't have sensitive nipples, it will not be as bad. Nowhere near as bad. So that's pretty much the deciding factor. So people who are like, oh my god, my nipples didn't hurt at all, then you don't have then you don't have sensitive nipples. Congratulations. See, for me the first one hurt because she clamped it wrong and I had a bruise this big over my whole boob. No, my second one was nowhere near as bad as the first one. But again, because she clamped me wrong. And I got bruised from the clamp. But it's such a unique level of pain. A unique type of pain. It crunches and shoots through deep and lengthways. The clamp was like too tight, I think. Oh man. But it's a really shooting pain and it's very deep. I'm so sorry. But they look cute as hell. They look really good. But yeah, they hurt so bad that I would not get them done again. Despite looking fucking cute. They look so good. Look at the detail of the rain on the pipes. That's so cute. How cute. I never ended up swapping. I was always terrified of catching him on something. I never ever did. Oh yeah, they're worth the pain once. I wouldn't do them again. Again, that's just me. Everyone's pain tolerance is different. I think my septum, I literally didn't feel it. My eyes didn't even water. And other people have said, that was my most painful piercing ever. It was awful. So everyone's very different. Yeah, Septum was easy peasy. Oh no, it's usually, at least it's a pretty good one. Too low? I was gonna say, it's at least a pretty good one to correct. You can just, take it out if you think, take it out as soon as you can if you think it's wonky or like in the wrong spot. Take it out as soon as you can, let it heal up, go to a different piercer. If you're able to. But yeah, it's better to do it as soon as you can so that it'll heal up nicely. And they won't have to go through scar tissue too much. Oh my god. I've got body dysmorphia. So cool. I thought that my nose was like just completely the wrong shape and size for a septum. I was like, I don't have a sweet spot in here, like it's just not gonna work. My nose was perfect. That was perfect. I'm just a silly goose. I'm coming, Dagon. I told the piercer as well, I was like, as soon as I looked in the mirror and saw my septum, I was so happy. It looked so fucking good. Lightborn motherfucker. Of all the times to find out, that would have been... They are a bit of a pain. You're next to the totem of... Oh. So is she. Girls, we just gotta go. We just gotta go. Cut our losses. Go, Dagon, go! Fuck. They've got it, they've got it, they've got it. Go, 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 go. Shit. Go, 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 go! Got it. No, get him, get him, get him. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. That one's open. Besties, that one's open. No, that one's open. They all ran past it. Did they not know it was open? Everyone ran past it. Leave. The other gate's also open. No panic, we're fine. It's fine. Girl, you can take a hit. Cool beans. Go straight out. Go straight out. Go straight out. Slay. Oh, they had a Mori too. Fuck. I forgot there was a Mori. What did she try to do? Did she try to like block it? That's hilarious. Thank you for the game. It is. Oh, both, yeah. We're both P100 now. The 100 Michaela is Dagon. Tis. Yeah, he just usually plays as Ace because of the memes. But now we're now we're hot bitches that are P100 with our spiffy tech wear. I feel as though perhaps that's better. We match more like this. That's better. Yeah, that's... Now we match. That's cooler. I think that together is a better combo. With our hoods. I love it. I feel so pretty. Yeah, I'm a quarter of the way with Elodie now. 29. I know, right? I've been able to actually have fun with Nia again. Oh my gosh, and Dwight said, hello. This has been... This has been the pre-game for the past like 5 games. It's amazing. You guys are so sweet. Not the bloody puss though. Please. Please. Means I have pressure to perform. You're putting pressure on me. The camp. Well, the only thing I can say to very camp is slay. Slay. Maybe I'll swap those around. We'll have time. Yes, I will. Ah, fuck, I can't type. Gorgeous. Stunning. It's starting already. Yeah, it started already. Some people have it. And you can tell because we don't get tunnels and killers were already up. You can tell the ones that have it and the killers that don't have it. The ones who get it, get it. It's been a while since I've had... What's the last Mori I had? Probably Xenomorph. I would like somebody else, please. I've not had a Huntress Mori for a while. Yeah, I think it was just Zeno. I had a Pinhead one the other day. That I got tunneled for. That's right. And it was a bad Mori. It was like in the wall. In the walls. Gosh. Alright, killers brought nothing. Yes, queen, give us nothing. A survivor. Any hex? No hex there. At least it's not Zeno. It concerns... Oh, God damn it. It's just Mori. In a crate. Have a Huntress. Cool beans. It's Huntress time of day. Oh my god. Oh. Not gonna make that. It's the same fucking one! It's the same one! It's the same one. It's the same one. I'm sure it is. Alright, we are totem hunting, ladies and gentlemen. Iron Grasp, yeah, it's the same one. She's got Lightborn, Iron Grasp. What else did she have? Nowhere. And something else. Fuck. Alien Instinct. Animal Instinct. Alien Instinct, that's right. DC don't know. Yeah. Yeah, must have been her last one because she's not brought one now. I think it's the same hook charms. I didn't get hooked till the very end. Oh, excuse me. You recognize the charms, Dagon? Is it the same charm? It's the same skin. Oh, Dwight got a little tap. Oh, it was Iron Maiden. Was it Iron Maiden or Alien Instinct? I don't remember now. Oh. Brutal strength by the looks of it. Nowhere to hide. It might be a different one. Unless she just swapped a build. Shit. Oh, thanks, Dagon. Fuck. So, Iron Grasp, nowhere to hide. I think Brutal Strength. Oh. I'm an acrobat, don't you know? Excuse me. Heck. 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 Thank you. Tension up here, damn it. Yeah, you just know the back of this head on this Nia skin just doesn't exist. Just two cuties with hair only on the front half of our head. I just know it. Excuse me. I know that that's there at least. Alright. Weedy can stay, oh no, off the gen, that's all good. Oh. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Fucking nowhere to hide. Yeah, if this is the same one, she's just changed her perks around a little. A little. Holly, thank you for the resub.
Unholeh flap, unholeh flap, unholeh flap.
Unholeh flap. Run, Dagon, you got this! You got this! God damn it. There it is. Oh, the urge to DC. Oh my word. Oh my word. The urge is so strong. I knew it was the same one. I knew it. Oh. Oh no. Drop, not me. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Someone get Dagon, that's Dagon's turn. Oh, got him. That's why I left that totem there. It's an easy one to find. Oh. Go, Yeonjin, go. It's a different one. Different one with a super similar build. Both had Iron Grasp, Lightborn, and Noed. Damn. What are the odds? That's a different name, isn't it? Are you sure? Could have sworn it was something else. Maybe I forgot to check last time. But if you checked it and you know, well, you can see it all the time. Were they on Steam? Because I remember KK. I remember KK. That might not have been the last one. This is very, very similar playstyle and yeah, I'd be surprised if it was someone different. I'm fairly certain it was the same one. And if you can see the name all the time, so you would remember. Angu, yeah, I had Angu vibes. Just a little bit. Why is everyone determined to thwart my flashlight? What the heck? Hello, not too bad. Pretty much just chilling, like usual. I do kind of hate that this particular Nia cosmetic has got leggings. I hate that it's got leggings. It looks so dumb, but it's fine. But we'll do mug of the day. Another Michaela with that outfit. No Nias have this outfit. What the heck? But mug of the day today is the Weeping Angel mug from Doctor Who. Look at it. It's got Weeping Angel in it. It's so scary. I love it. It's super creepy. Very fancy. Only scary if you have watched Doctor Who. If you have not, it's not quite as scary. Dagon is ace again. So I can tell them apart. The first one was the best one. It was so good. Excuse me. Goodness me. Well, thank you. I'm thinking about getting one of those wall hanging nets to put them in, so they're up off the ground. Don't know, right? I think I'd put them up here, maybe up here. Yeah, maybe. They were so good. They were so scary. I should watch the first one again. I remember the first time I watched it, I was... Fuck, how old was I? I would have been... 16 or 17? I think? Something like that. Around that age. And I was wine tipsy with my brother, and we were watching it while we were wine tipsy. Oh my goodness me. Watching it for the first time while wine tipsy was horrifying. It made it very scary. Moon, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you. Fluffy, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, raiders. Meow. I leave. Alright, well, at least it's not Zeno. Wesker. It's a Wesker? I think it's a Wesker. Yep, it is. Because I heard the faintest hint of terror radius. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Yes, Nia. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome. Ooh. Ooh, it's got blood splatter when I walk on it. Ugh. Is that one? He does too. Sec, no, you're all good. Go get your Uber Eats. I predict Hungry Jack's Uber Eats. Excuse me. Ah. Can't see my face properly. I mean, it seems obvious. Don't put your head above something that very clearly has an exit at the top. Like, that's just silly. This is so silly. You're back? Welcome back. Did you get Hungry Jack's with Uber Eats? Is that what you did? Got snacks. Amazing. What did you get? Snicky snacks. Better be some Sour Patch Kids. Or some Binkers. Oh, good Fluffy. Have a good day. Thank you so much for the raid. Gotta do all the post-stream wind down. Oh no. What the heck? Oh my god, I slept so bad last night because my ankles were fucking itchy. I just remembered. What did I do? I had my socks on yesterday. And I don't know what it was. Maybe... Oh, I shaved my legs for the first time in like 2 months. And then I had... Mastermind? Pass when he's in normal mode. When he's in sport mode with the tentacles, smash. Yeah, I shaved my legs and I wore socks yesterday. Which would have like... Oh, starstruck. Which would have like heated up my legs. Sorry, Nia. Oh, starstruck, I forgot about that. And I literally could not sleep because I was constantly reaching down and scratching my ankle, scratching my legs. Oh, it was awful. But I haven't worn socks today, so I should be okay. And I'll make sure that I put moisturizer on before sleep too. Get him! And the Michaela dancing behind him. Oh, thanks, guys. Now I can go on this hook. Oh boy! Oh boy! My favorite. Oh. Oh. Oh shit. Oh, sorry, I moved. Excuse me. He's dancing. Okay. Thank you. Lost her. Get him! Oh my god. Oh no, he's DC'd. Oh no. Oh no. He's lagged out. He's gonna DC. Oh no. Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. Damn it. Ah, beans. Oh, wrong thing. This is so silly. This is so silly. This is so silly. Let's try that again. Excuse me. It is from custard wood. Custard wood burning. Yes, custom wood burning. She's so funny. She's so silly. Leave me alone. Words are hard. She's really funny. Well, the thing is, if you've missed it yesterday, I'll talk about it on stream. The thing is, the week that Xenomorph launched was a free-to-play week on, I believe, all platforms. The Sasquatch, yes. It was a free-to-play week that DBD did not announce on Twitter or Instagram. So if I had known, that it was a free-to-play week, I would not have been playing. I would have played something else. I would have streamed something else. This probs me. Stop. You don't have to lie. It's fine. I've been blocking a lot of big people lately just because I don't like their content, and that's fine. If you don't like seeing my stuff, for instance, popping up on the memes, popping up on TikTok, he can just block me. That's fine. I'm pretty sure people have already. I think I've ended up blocking the chicken and apple sausage with mustard chick. I'm pretty sure it ended up blocking them because it was just constant. I just blocked, what is it, Brody Wom Maker. Brody Wellmaker. Oh, I hate his. Oh, I hate his TikToks. I don't like them. I'm sure he's nice as a person, but his content. I just don't like it. So I blocked that. There's a bunch of. Oh, Eric LA. He posts all of the. Or if you have ADHD and you, but he posts niche things that mostly just men experience, and it was just driving me insane that it was just like the stereotypical ADHD things that mostly men deal with, and I was just sick of seeing it. Check out the buzzcut a few months ago. It comes like every year or so. I shave my head now and then. Jessica, hello, welcome in, welcome. It's his facial expressions for me. I get that they are literally the whole thing. They're really cringy facial expressions, they're part of the bit, but I can't stand them. I'm so sorry. Literally, I'm the same. People who, I just do it myself. But I'm very stubborn and a perfectionist. Oh, hello, Ghostface. But yeah, people who... I do play free-to-play games, but what I mean is they'll have... Paid games will have a free trial week. So you can access a game that you usually would pay for, but for free. So it means that it brings in a lot of new people that particular week, and then the games they're usually pretty rough for people who play the game a bit more often. You know, I agree. I very much dislike the, Oh, that was fucking quick. Oh my god. Oh, welcome back. That was really cool. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, people who are like, signs you might have autism, signs you might have ADHD. Stop trying to glamorize it and make it like something people want to have. Oh, would Shadowborn affect it? I'm all ears. Yeah, you know the sort of people that I mean. Oh gosh. Hello. That make it seem like a cool, fun thing to have. Lime green. It's awful, and every day is a struggle. And that's all I'll say about that. I will just say, every day is a struggle. Oh, interesting. That's pretty fun. I didn't realize that. I know. Oh, that one's done already. Okay, let's go to this one. That's so rude though, because that's... Isn't it like... It's practically impossible to prove. So for someone to say prove it, that's so rude. That's so rude and insulting. How about it's not your fucking business and just take their word for it? How about that? Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. She's up high. Never mind. But I got blocked by a big creator. I forget what their name is. You'll know it when I describe it though. They do the freeze-dried. It's freeze-dried experiment time again. With the candies and lollies and stuff, and they freeze-dry things. Those people, they blocked me. I mean, they blocked me. Because I pointed out that using gloves isn't actually hygienic. So I was like, yeah, like you're opening up boxes and opening up bags. Boxes aren't clean. Boxes have been touched by so many people in a factory. So putting gloves, hello, putting gloves on and then touching a bunch of things is not hygienic. And I just pointed that out to them very politely. And they said, oh, like, we just had this for testing. These aren't gonna be sold and stuff, which is bullshit. I know for a fact that they would be wearing gloves. So yeah, they pointed out that... it was just for blah 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 blah. I was like, okay, cool. And they still blocked me. Motherfucker! Do that, Jen, ladies. Do that, Jen. So yeah, that's my... that's the big person that I've been... I got blocked by them. Which means that... I interpret that to mean that they knew that I was right. Oh my god, there he is. He's looking all the way over there. Now he's over here. Because yeah, you're touching... They're opening up multiple bags of lollies. Not changing gloves. Like, that's not... Gloves are less hygienic than just being barehanded. Because gloves provide the illusion of cleanliness, when in reality you're touching so many more things. Shit. Get him, get him, get him. Meg, fucking go for it. Jesus. Please take hits, Nia. Please take hits. You were the uninjured one. Please, please, please. This way, Dagon, this way. Oh my gosh. Crawl, Dagon! Crawl! Yeah, don't do anything, guys. Just stand over there. That's fine. It's fine. Go for him. They're just standing there. They're not injured and they're just standing there. And now I can't even go for a swing because they've left. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm annoyed. That makes sense, honestly. I'm such a lucky boy. This has been such a pleasure. Oh, they both bought escape cakes. That makes sense. That all makes sense. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, and they just didn't understand. They had the same gloves on, opening up lots of different things, touching the lollies, when touching the outside of the bags. And yeah, I pointed that out and then they blocked me. Which is fine, because I started getting really annoyed seeing all their videos pop up on my FYP. Because they'd always wear gloves and it would always drive me crazy. A bee. If I recall correctly, it was a little bit funny though, because they very clearly went onto an old account and were basically repeating the same thing in response to me, and they were like, actually it's blah blah blah, like it's only for themselves, they're not selling it. And you know how you can just tell it's the same person but with an alt account? So they tried to... This is like a really big... I think they're probably verified by now. This is a really big TikTok account using an alt to gang up on someone in their comments. That's not very live, laugh, love, bestie. That's fine, I'm not gonna buy from them anyway. There's lots of Australian confectioners that sell freeze-dried stuff now if I wanted to buy stuff. Ugh, xenomorph. I'm a bee. Hello, it's a bee. No ruin, no lullaby, no lethal. But anyway, enough of that. Also, anybody that starts a video with, let's roll for such and such, roll for sandwich, roll for barbecue, roll for blah blah blah. I don't, oh my god, that pisses me off so much. I don't give a shit. TikTok, stop showing it to me. Stop. I blocked the original roll for sandwich guy, and then there was someone copycatting him that TikTok decided to show me. I don't care about what you're rolling for a fucking sandwich. Stop it. And then there's the girl, I think I blocked her as well. There's the girl that like her cat chooses what she wears, and the cat will always choose. The cat will always choose the second thing that she shows. So like, if you have something that you want to wear, you just show the cat the second item, because she'll always go meow to the second one. Always. Yeah, that's when I learned that clicking not interested on things didn't do shit. Beep, beep. The NPC lives, yeah. Depending on with the roll for sandwich thing specifically, I'll occasionally watch D&D dice being poured or demolded or painted. And so TikTok's like, oh, you're watching dice for D&D. Do you want to see a D&D roll for blah blah blah? So that's its line of reasoning, and it's fucking annoying. It goes through stages, so at the moment I do get a lot of cat videos. Which I love it. I also follow some deep marine biologists that do deep sea exploration videos. And they're very cool. Oh my god, I got hiccups. Oh, I haven't seen that. See, that sounds interesting. Artsy stuff I like. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was fucking close. He knows I'm here. Ah, that was a terrible angle. Oh no, I'm so sad. Oh no. Hang on, Dagon. They knew that I was close. Okay, we're good. Okay, hello, welcome in. Oh my gosh. There's another guy I watch that makes daggers and spearheads and arrowheads from obsidian. That's fucking cool. I love that. I don't like the man with a pot. No, men. It's called men with a pot, but it's just one man. It's just one man, but it's called men with a pot, but it's a man. So I don't know. But he like washes his steak and stuff. Ah! Drop it! Drop it! Ah! He washes his steak in the river. Animals pee in there. I don't want no steak or potatoes washed in the deer piss river. No, thank you. So good and tasty. Yeah, like people always comment, we remember the chicken. Yeah, we remember the chicken. Oh, no, one that I do like a lot actually is Rose, and I don't remember her husband's name. Rose and someone. Rose, she's a African lady living in China with her husband, her Chinese husband. And they do like really rustic, quote unquote, poverty style cooking, and it's so cool. So much herbs and spices. And she's so nice. Oh my gosh. Medium rare. See, that was something that began as like a troll. That began as a troll thing. And then people kind of went with it. I'm a bumblebee. Dylan with the old recipes, yeah. Here's the reason why I call eggs eggies. That's why I call them eggies. He's got such a pleasant voice. Oh my goodness. Moo juice. But I have two TikTok flexes. One TikTok flex is that I'm mutuals with Riley McShane, who's the voice actor for Leon in DBD. That's one of my flexes. We're friends, we're TikTok friends. This is very cool. Oh my goodness me. And then my other TikTok flex is that I'm mutuals with Pinup Pixie. TikTok friends with Pinup Pixie. Those are my two flexes. He landed on all fours like a cat. I know! Same. Hey, 1 chance ago. Nice job, team. Oh, I like when I do my nails with the bee. It's just the bee's mouth opening. Whee! Oh. Oh. Get shit on! One, she does one spin and starts. Ah! Oh god. Oh, what the fuck? It went right past me! What the damn hell? Oh my gosh. Oh! Oh, that gate's so close. Open it, open it, open it, open it, open it. Dagon, start crawling. Oh, never mind, I'll open it, and then Dagon start crawling. Whoa! Get the gates! Get it, get it, get it! Get the gate, get the gate! We can just crawl out. Get the gate, bestie. No, 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 get the gate. Yes, yes, yes! Please just let me crawl. Let me crawl. I can make it out. Thank you. Thank you. Woo, that was close. You Oh. One little honor guard on the way out. Amazing. Lots of pain rest, sorry. Pain res, jolt, pop, and overcharge. He really said, fuck them gens. Whew. Oh, man. Shield mode is way too easy to turn on. So I'm fucking over them. I'm over them. Yes, they do have a confirm thing now. Remember when it first came out, it didn't, and poor AJ clicked on it to see what it did, thinking that there would be a pop-up explaining what shield mode was. No, he just turned on shield mode. It's literally one click and it's activated. AJ's like, oh no, oh no, oh no, I did a thing. I did a thing. I did a bad thing. Oh my god, that was the big TikTok, one of the big TikTok audios when I first joined TikTok. I did a bad thing. Oh, I did a good thing. I did a good thing. I forget. I regret the thing I did. Yeah, that one. My nails. I do have a close-ups on TikTok of my nails. That's a very good, nice close-up. Totally normal close-ups. I can. Oh, I'm scared to click on it now. I'm gonna. Okay, Chat will be cleared and any settings selected in shield mode will immediately be activated. Cancel. Whew. Yeah, so it will clear chat. It will make chat subscriber only. To prevent it's from hate raids and stuff like that, which thankfully, touch wood, we've not yet dealt with. Bot follows, yes, but that's easy peasy to deal with now. Sin hello. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Excuse me. Hatching main building. Oh. Yeah, so it's basically to deal with a hate raid. So you have a bunch of people coming in, spamming shit. I thankfully already have my moderation settings pretty strict. So you can't talk in chat unless you have a verified email address and phone number. Yeah, I've had two gore raids in Discord, which is now super locked down, so that's pretty much avoidable now. Thankfully, Discord is adding new moderation and new protection things all the time. But yeah, so it's to stop hate raids on Twitch basically. So gore raids are pretty nasty and can be really traumatizing for people in your server. Basically, someone will join and will spam hardcore gore. Yeah, hardcore gore, and I mean hardcore gore. Hello. Oh, it's got the aura add-on. And really fucked up porn. I had one that was also spamming the N-word. It was spamming racial slurs. And thankfully, oh my god, she's got calm spirit. Thankfully that one I dealt with super duper fast. And I think one person maybe saw something. But if you have, there's so many things now that prevent that. Oh my gosh, pain res. Oh, I'll just delete that so we don't want that. But very bad stuff, very gross bad stuff that can be triggering or traumatic. Very gross. Yeah, so with my server, if you're ever like, oh man, there's a lot of rules here, there's a lot of things I've got to do to actually get in, I've got to wait, I've got to connect my accounts and stuff. Yes, you do. Yeah, you do. Everyone has to have their Twitch connected to their Discord or their TikTok connected to their Discord to verify that it's not just a brand new throwaway account. Stuff like that. Shit. Fuck. Right, I'm just good. I'm good to just. I mean, no. If I just give up and don't wiggle at all, he'll then refuse to hook me. So you know, we gotta look like. Oh my god! What the fuck? Gotta look like we played the part. My screen recordings of my DBD games offline. Fret not. Alright, I'm just gonna. I'm out. No, thank you. Okay, Zelda, thank you for the alert. Hello. Yeah, that's why I've got Some fairly strict what's the word? Requirements to get into the server, because you know, people's safety is my main concern. Oh gosh, don't want to do that. Oh no, he gotcha! Well, it's not just my space, it's everybody's space. It's the community's space. So it's not just me to keep safe, it's all you guys too. And I take it very seriously. As you guys know. Very seriously. I think I try. I try my best. Although, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I have all of that. Every single thing that you can possibly have for mods, they got it. Unless of course you believe the opinion of this person who still hasn't deleted their comment. That's a bold move. I'll delete their comment now. I don't want people ganging up on them. But no, someone commented. Someone who you can tell just by their comment doesn't follow me on TikTok or Twitch, has never actually watched a stream. You can tell by the comment. It was in regards to just dealing with trolls in general. The mods know this. And this person said, but you, in brackets, and many other streamers, close brackets, spend more time arguing with a troll than you give the people who support you. So, sorry guys, according to a person who has not set foot in my stream, I spend more time talking to trolls than people who support me. Sorry. Yep. It's gotta be true, because someone who doesn't know me said so. So yes, we'll just block that person now. I don't need that kind of negativity in my life. I love how I love how by saying that she's become a troll. I don't think she realizes that kind of makes her a troll. Yes, you're all trolls because I'm giving you attention. Love and attention. Oh, Larry's. Yeah, it's definitely I love this shirt. I love it. It's a lot of work. It's pretty much full-time work for the mods, because we got a ticketing system. Because we're getting a decent sized server now. It's a bit scary. And the bigger it is, the more you gotta lock it down. But I used to have just a role bot, so if you reacted to a role, you could then get access to the server. That is not very safe, because that was mostly just to stop like bots. But that's not very safe or secure. The disco, not the disco. Yeah, I'm big boy now. No, you're all good. Abrupt intervention. Dwight has the dogs out. Dwight, why you got the dogs out? Oh, scratch mirror. Cool beans. Should have been obvious. With the Larry's offering. I see you, Mr. Shapey Poo. Oh. Boop, 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 boop. Goodbye, distortion tokens. Goodbye. Ah, motherfucker. Oh, the urge to DC has never been so strong. Yeah, no, same. Same, bestie. As soon as I'm hooked, I'm out. Bye. This is how I started the day. I main survivor. I play killer so rarely that I just say that I don't play killer. Super duper rarely. The last time I played killer, my last killer game is on YouTube actually. Whee! Whee! Oh my god. I hate third seal because then I don't get my distortion, my kindred value. Ooh. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Well, I hope they had a good game. Nia, please don't unhook me. Please don't unhook me. Oh. I can't see a fucking thing. I hate third seals so much. Jack, hello, how are you? I can't. If I give up and stop wiggling, then they might not hook you. Please don't 4%. Please don't. Well, hello. Welcome in. Welcome. Sorry, girl. Please don't save me. That's a horrendous build. Oh, that's so unfun to face. Oh my goodness. Sarah, hello. How are you? Goodness me. Oh. That was so unfun. Oh, it's always the way. Whenever it's usually when it's against the Legion or a Pinhead. If I want to just die on hook, I'll 4%. Well, see, I had the first shape that I faced today had a Scratch Mirror Shard, and also Third Seal. So I'm wondering if there's like, okay, bye. Has Otzdava put out a new video about shape using Third Seal? Is that what's happened? Has Ots made it popular? We blame Ots. Because it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, I didn't see. I didn't bother hanging out. email. Do I want a key for that game? No, thank you. Do I want a key for that game? Witchfire. Do I want a key for Witchfire? Oh, good day, gone. No, I don't think so. Here. The keys, if I want keys. Steam keys, or game keys for games. Look at this me. I'm such a lucky boy. This has been such a pleasure. Bree, hello, how are you? Jeff, hello. Prestige 35 Jeff. And David. Hello, David. David that owns 2 games. He's been on Steam since 2020 and only owns 2 games, and one of them is DBD. I mean, could be. It hasn't got a profile picture either. And they've not given themselves a Steam community ID link. So probably. Probably. What's it? I don't know what the other one is. Probably hooked on you. Not too bad. I am sick. I am sick and silly. I shouldn't have been streaming today, but I did it anyway because... It tastes just like Mandarin. It's delightful. Her fight as killer? In just DBD? That's fair. Ray, hello, how are you? What? 5 generators have been... Oh, it's gone. Killer hex perks activate dull totems into hex totems. Cleansing a hex totem deactivates its associated hex. Wow. Excuse me, I'm so sniffly. Just trying to find a hook, trying to find a hook. Trying to make sure it's not Zeno. It's not. It's a bing bong. I don't like it. I find it really boring. Grinch, thank you for the merch purchase. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy it. What did you get? If you want to share what you got, don't have to. God, oh my god, oh my god. This at the moment is my go-to build. This is my fave. Claustrophobia. Tim said hello. The games have been not too bad. Oh shit. Ah, fuck. No Lightborn at least. Scourge hook of some kind. There we go. Good, he's held up. Whee! Oh, it's gonna make it here. Ooh. Don't mind me, I'll reach out in a minute. Claustrophobia, fuck. Will I make that? Nope. You can sometimes. Ah, fucking iron grasp. Thank you, Dagon. Oh, I can just easily get the whole thing. It's all good. Oh, the Jane got done at least. I mean, he's whiffing because I'm making him whiff, to be honest. Heals? 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 Thank you! Controller. I'm gonna use an Xbox controller. He should have been going in and out of his power a bit more to get some speed up. See, it pretty much just comes down to what you are used to. Oh my god, freaking claustrophobia. Claustrophobia hurt me a little bit in Shack, I'm not gonna lie. Small hands, maybe. You can also get those little half keyboard pads for just one hand. You can get those too. Is a killer perk, yeah. So claustrophobia is, it will block windows. It'll block multiple windows when a gen is finished. Fucking hell. You're injured again? Come here. Now he's going into cloak. Swing! You're still gonna have no it and we're gonna be fucked. They've either made it so that it's all windows. We'll check the perk at the end. It's either all windows or the radius is increased. Unless you're thinking of... Oh, I'm not going to make that. Unless you're thinking of crowd control, they've changed crowd control around. Excuse me. Alien needs to be nerfed a little bit. I hate saying that. But it's got to be It's gotta be nerfed just a smidge. Hang on, Dagon, I'm gonna get as much of this done as I can. Fuck it. Now we're resorting to this now, are we? I see, I see. Jeff and David can take some aggro. They've not been hooked yet. He's binging and bonging. Yeah, I've been using a controller for over 20 years and I'm not gonna change now. I will use controller on PC. Thank you very much. I do just fine. It's Jeff's first hook. He's got time. I will. I'll take it after I will take it after reset, so then I'll have 2.4 million. So I'll take it after reset. I see you, bro. You're not actually that invisible. I did, yes. I grew up on Xbox. So I've been using an Xbox controller specifically for 22 years. I'm kind of used to them. No, you're all good. Now you know for next time, because they're doing more, aren't they? They're doing... For the rest of the year, aren't they doing... Someone said, I don't know if it's true or not, someone said they're only doing BPs for, Adrenaline? Adrenaline? Is he not? Has he got nowhere? He does not. Okay. Wiggle, David, wiggle. Shit, 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 shit. Ah! Wiggle, David. Wiggle, David. There we go. Excuse me. Oh, we had Iron Grasp. Oh, no wonder it took forever to wiggle free. Heck. David! David, run! Yeah, exactly. It's definitely what you're used to. So I see my friends on TikTok post clips of them using controller for the first time, and they look as goofy and awkward as me trying to play this with keyboard. It's just what you're used to. So if you're already using one thing, don't swap to the other because you think it's going to be easier. It's not, because then you're going to have to learn how to use it before you learn how to play well with it, if that makes sense. You're just going to have double practice. There we go. No blood water. Can I get some heals, please? Jeff! 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 Where is David? Hell yeah. Jeff, you can heal David. Jeff, you can heal David. Jeff, you can heal David. You can heal David. There we go. Everybody out. Goodness me. Oh no. What a pips. Hell yeah. Whispers, Iron Grasp, Deer Stalker, Claustrophobia. There you go. Every time a generator is completed, all windows and vault locations are blocked for all survivors for the next 20 seconds. And then I assume 30-40 or 40-60 depending on the level of it. Damn. It kinda needed a buffed. No, no. Pallets will never be blocked. Pallets aren't classed as a vault location. So it won't block pallets. Thankfully, nothing blocks pallets. It'll be a sad day when something does come out that can block pallets. Thank you for the gam steak on. And with something like DBD, if you do want to use a controller... Oh. Very niche, very underground, I wouldn't understand. If you do want to use a controller for DBD, I have mine... I sit at my computer, so I have a very long USB cable. Mine is always plugged in. This way, I'm never gonna... I'm never gonna run out of batteries. Yeah, so window vaults. They all count, they're all classed as window vaults. Oh, it's Kills! Hey, Kills! Hey! Hey! That's the Adam that thought that he thought he had deliverance, but it was diversion. Hey! That's so funny. Hi again. Big Star is new. Is that the Nia? That's okay. All G. That type fast enough? Okay, that's all good. Excuse me. Oh, but thank you for games. Oh, a black ward. Oh! That's so funny. It's been on for as long as I have, pretty much. That's so funny.
Let's go, lesbians! Let's go, lesbians!
Blocks pallets that are still upright. That is Blood Fever. That's a hex. That's a blight hex. Excuse me. Ding. Here's a bleat. Bleat. An add-on? A blight add-on or something else? Know that there's Zanchan Tactics, which is basically Windows of Opportunity but for killers. And honestly, I would kind of be interested to see how that would go these days. Excuse me. With the rise in popularity of Windows of Opportunity. Oh, it's a pig. Oh god. Okay, she is new. We're gonna give her a break. Oh, thank you. Ah! Fucking hell. So we have Hex Crowd Control, Hex Face the Darkness, and what else was it? Hex Blood Favor? Fucking 3 hexes just popped up. Ah! The Nia is very new. Oh no, I feel so bad. Alright, there's one. Alright, I'm gonna keep track. Gotta keep track of it because she's probably got pentimento. Exactly. I really genuinely think that killers should start running it more. Thank you. Alright. That is there. Gotta remember. Cause she's gotta bring pentimento, surely. Surely. With that many hexes? Oh no, is she gonna know to take off her hat? Crowd control is still up. I am on Hex Patrol. Honestly, instead of pentimento, perhaps she should have brought Thrill of the Hunt. Yeah, it is. It's the first time. Alright. Remember where that is. Let's touch this. No pentimento. Well, that's 2 hexes down. There is at minimum 1 more. And I'm not going to be touching a... Blood Favor's still up. I have Blood Deliverance this time. I thought that she'd maybe have, fuck. Oh, got a dull one there. I thought she'd maybe have the aura add-ons, but she doesn't. Can you cleanse that one? There's probably one in the corn also. Blood Favor's not the worst to leave. No, you're all good. Go. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Serena, no! Serena, no! Alright, hang on, kills. I'm gonna get this hex. Hang on. You hang on, I'm gonna come and get you. Oh, Nia. Sweet. Oh, she swings a touch early. I see. Don't know what add-on she would have bought. Lots of practice. Yeah, just lots of practice. I have lots of hours in the game. Lots and lots of practice. And confidence. Just confidence with your swings. Oh my gosh. I've been trying to mix mine up a bit so I don't just swing in one direction each time. I still do. I can't help it. There it fucking is. Thank you. Hey, can I get... Oh, no, you do that. There it is! That was bad. Right, she just rekindled that one. Ah, Saint it. Oh, I heard it actually. It's a very satisfying. I do enjoy it. Ah, get away from me! Face the darkness. There we go. And now she will not get a full 5 stack of Penty. Huzzah! Oh, she died. Oh, she was brand new. She's just a baby. She's just a baby. I cleansed all 3 of the hexes. I only remember where 2 of them were. Oh no! Cleansy Max, don't I know it? A dull one there, but I am not going to... I'm not going to cleanse that one because that's just going to give her... Oh, more pentimento. There is one pen... There's another one up. I'm so sorry. There's another pentimento up still. It's very good, yes, as long as you pair it. It's generally paired with Plaything because that's going to get survivors to, cleanse hex totems. So unless you are facing survivors like me that like to cleanse totems all the time. But the more I'll read through it, we'll watch the end of this and we'll see how much longer it goes. Oh, you gotta... Did you get them all? No, Pentimento is still up. Ah! Just one more. It's very good. I feel like can you ignore it? No, you can't. You cannot ignore getting it off. If you don't, you will die. Your head will blow up and you will die. So if you're... Fucking hell! Well, at least she accepted the boops. Huzzah. See, small game says that you have 5 tokens. Pentimento makes that different. But yeah, once a gen is done, that activates the trap. It's very loud. So you can ignore the trap until a gen is done, and then it will start beeping and be active, and then you have to go and take it off. Otherwise, it will eventually explode, and technically it will tear your head open. Oh, the slow nods are fucking creepy. Hey! If you have an inactive trap, so if you have a hat put on you, she's gonna make you do 4 gens. Nah, I'm out. If you have an inactive hat on, you can leave with that through the exit gate. If it's active, if it's beeping, you cannot leave through the exit gate. It does, it makes it look so scary. Yeah, if it's beeping, you can't leave through the exit gate because your head will, again, tear open. You will just die. The way to tell how do you mean? The way, as in like, how do you mean? But if they're not active, you can go out through the gate. If it is active, and you're the last one left, you can go out through hatch. So you can go out through hatch with an active trap on. Which ones won't? Oh, none of them will. So what the removers do is you have to do at the most 4. It used to be that you had to possibly go through all 5 to check them. But at the most you have to do 4. You have to find which one is the one that will take off your trap. So you don't have to do 4. But if you try the first one, it doesn't work. Try the second one, it doesn't work. Try the third one, it doesn't work. The 4th one's then guaranteed to work. You won't have to do more than that. But you have the chance of it coming off with the first one, or the second one you try, or the third one. But you won't have to try more than 4. Does that make sense? So yeah, none of them will actually kill you. You want to go to them so that they take the trap off for you. Yeah. I'm going to run an ad because otherwise it will keep running ads, so you're not missing anything. I promise. Excuse me. But yeah, if you try to go out with the flashing trap, you will just die. You will be dead. Oh yeah, Pentimento. Let me go back to my artist, and then once the ad's finished... It does, it'll laugh at you. It's so mean. Yeah, so you haven't got to worry until it starts. The little HUD will go yellow. Oh, yellow. Will go red. It will light up red. And your trap will start beeping. That's when you got to worry about it. Wait for the ad to finish. Molly, thank you for the lurk. Alright, are we back? Is everybody back? I think the ads are over. Where is my artist? Has she got level 3? Pentimento? Level 2. Ah! $30. Okay, so with Pentimento, see the aura of destroyed totems, so cleansed totems. See the aura of cleansed totems. You can perform a ritual on a destroyed totem to rekindle it as a hex totem for Hex Pentimento. So it'll just rekindle it. It's instant. It just goes... It sounds really good. And it will rekindle it to a Pentimento totem. And it will stack. I'll turn on the laser pointer for this. It will stack as well. So if you have one, it will... What are we... Decrease survivors' repair speed by 30%. So for the gens, it will make gens go 30% slower. If 2 hex totems are rekindled, it will make the healing speed 30% slower. in addition to the gen speed 30% slower, so both of them will stack. With 3 totems rekindled, it will decrease your recovery speed from being down. So when you're in dying state, it slows your recovery speed by 30%, in addition to the first 2 totems. With 4, it will decrease survivors' exit gate opening speed by 30%, in addition to everything else. And then if you manage to rekindle all 5 hex totems, then they cannot be recleansed. So they are blocked. They are stuck there. They are stuck there, and you're in for a really bad time. So what you can do is, if you have NOED, for instance, which won't proc until the end game, if you have somehow managed to get all 5 totems rekindled and blocked, so that they're blocked, they can't be cleansed again, and you've got NOED that will go to one of those totems, the survivors can't cleanse it. They will not be able to cleanse NOED. I know, I kept on going around and trying to re-cleanse the ones that I got. Pentimento is very interesting. Yeah, it's it did. Oh man, I felt so bad when Nia died because you said that she was new. Did she know to take the hat off? Oh no. Yeah, I had to leave. It was very loud, so I had to leave. And then if a Pentimento hex is cleansed, it can't be rekindled again. So, and it has, I don't know if you guys could tell, but the actual Pentimento hex looks like a normal hex, but it's also oh no, but it's also got like a red haze that swirls around it, like a red haze that swirls around it. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. So it looks a little bit different, and you can tell that it's a different hex. Only once have I ever faced someone who managed to get all 5 done. And we kind of helped them with it. They went a bit friendly. They were actually one of my viewers, of course. One of my viewers are playing on Doctor. So yeah, very, very scary. Very, very scary, and you'd be able to counter it by just like working really hard, but you'd be working really hard. You'd be working, that's for sure. But yeah, it's a very good perk. And it is, again, it's generally paired with Plaything. So that way, if you hook all 4 survivors, they will generally want to go and cleanse their Plaything hex. Otherwise, they are oblivious. Or blind, or both. Oblivious. So that's 4, all going well, 4 cleanse totems that you can go and rekindle. So if you have someone with Plaything, keep an eye on... This is a very good rule. If you are facing a killer with Plaything, remember where your Plaything hex was, so that if Pentimento pops up, go back to where your Plaything hex was and re-cleanse it. I think that's very good advice. Excuse me. Goodness me. And then if you want to be... You can also run Shattered Hope if you want to. I think I've faced Shattered Hope like 3 times. So what Shattered Hope does is it will destroy a totem that has a boon on it. So if a survivor blesses a totem, instead of just snuffing it, you will destroy it. And then you can rekindle it with Pentimento. But you don't really face that many people with boons these days. Not too many. Oh, goodness me. Better be super duper want it. And that's a free hex. That's a free perk as well. Shattered Hobo. It's not tied to any one person. That's just a generic one that anyone can get. Of course, I like talking about the game. I love this game. Goodness me. So sniffly. Oh my god. I hate having colds. Fuck. Serena, hello. A Meg and a Jane. Hello. Man, I look so fancy compared to everyone else. Oh dear. Right, I don't think the killer can see prestiges because they're readied up. Oh no! Meg left. Damn. Oh, so did Serena. Oh, fuck yes. It's fine. You and me, Jane. Please don't leave. A Claudette and a Yui. Hello. Claudette has a key. So hello, how are you? Claudette has a key. You know what? So will I. Let's go. Hatch and Killer Shack. I got a key too. Hehehe. Oh, I was gonna show you guys why I don't change my mapping. You can't see other survivors either? Oh, it's not a setting, no, they are making it so that prestiges are hidden, but they're trialing it. Not everyone has it yet, some people do. I like that, honestly, because I'll admit that I do judge when I'm in a lobby with people with like 0 or very low prestige. I'm like, they're not going to be very good. Even though logically I know that that's not going to be the case. That might not be the case. But I judge anyway. So I think that hiding it will actually be very good. Starter perks? I think that all of Fung's perks, Fung Min's perks, are all very good for beginners. Lethal? I would go Fung's perks and Distortion. Exactly, and it can be Deathslinger. Deathslinger. It can be intimidating for newer people, so I think it's gonna be good. Excuse me. To have it hidden for everybody. But yeah, no, so Fung's perks are Alert. You can use either Kindred or Alert, but I like to just say Fung's just as a blanket statement. So Alert will show you the killer's aura for a few seconds when they perform a break action, so kicking the gen, breaking a pallet, or breaking a breakable wall. Another of her perks is Lithe, which I still love. I don't have a flashlight. I still love it. It's my preferred perk for escaping chases. And then her other perk is Technician, and I ran with Technician for so long. very long time. And that will, if you miss a skill check on a gen, instead of the gen glowing and giving away your position, it will make the gen explode silently and just take a bit more progress off of the gen. So if you're a bit nervous about hitting skill checks, Technician is really good. Oh, excuse me. Not a bad little run. I wish I had a flashy. Ah! I wish I had one. Oh dear. Excuse me. I'm blowing my nose. 1 second. Oh my gosh. Well, that's the thing. I usually would just get... Oh, sweet. I would just usually get tunneled for being 100, all because of my Twitch shirt. Pick one. Pick a struggle. Oh my god. Fucking cucked. Cucked by the totem. I'm so sad. Fuck. Did it still trigger my exhaustion? It fucking did. Gross. What was I saying? Oh yeah. It was very often the case that we would just get targeted for being 100. Dagon and I were playing off stream the other day. Both with our 100s. I was playing on Nia, he was playing on Michaela. And the killer was a streamer, so we got to see what they said afterwards. And he had the I assume it's a beta for hiding prestiges, and at the end of the game we saw we were both 100, and he's like, oh man, I would've dodged the lobby if I'd seen that. It's like, we don't want you to dodge the lobby, we just want to play a game. We aren't magically amazing because we're at 100. It just means we have too much time on our hands. Oh, excuse me. Oh, we had that yesterday. Oh, we had that yesterday. We actually ended up banning the fucking weirdo. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. We had a trapper yesterday that bought the full basement kit. He bought basement and shack, all the stuff to do a basement play. And he it started off funny, and then it got weird when Dagon read through his Steam comments. He dropped me on the stairs to shack, and then proceeded to make his character sniff my character's ass repeatedly. It's not in here. Basements in main. It was hilarious at first. He's doing a little hee 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 into my butt because I was at his face height because he dropped me on the stairs. So like he was on the stairs and I was on top. And then it went on for like 5 more minutes. So he dropped me like where those would be, and then he was standing down like this and doing it with me laying there. It got creepy. And it was hilarious at first. The first time, it was hilarious. Then it just turned into taking the game hostage and being a creep. Gross. Oh, heck. And then he couldn't talk in chat because he was obviously not verified and stuff, so he couldn't say anything. So he DM'd fucking Dagon he DM'd Dagon like, haha, she loved it, ha 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 ha. So Dagon banned him for me. I didn't see any messages till after Dagon sent them to me. I'm like, why is this person being banned? What have I missed? See, the person banned yesterday, that didn't say anything in chat, that's who it was! It was the person who was being a fucking weirdo. Excuse me. Fancy, hello, how are you? Don't need that. Retribution? The thing is, his Steam profile was full of comments talking about the fact that he was doing that, holding the game hostage and sniffing female characters' asses in basement. That was his whole thing. At that stage, it's a full-on fetish. It's progressed into fetish territory. That's weird, and it was making me really uncomfortable after a little bit. It's not cool. And I ended up saying this is more gross than like you know the killers that will like hump you when you're on the ground. Their version of like teabagging you. It made me more uncomfortable than that. It was really gross. It was and I ended up DCing because he was refusing to hook me. Shit. Whee! Some people do. I don't personally. But I can see how some people would feel that way for sure. It depends on how much they're doing it. It depends how much they're doing it. I've had a artist, twice actually, 2 different artists do like a 1-2 and then pick me up, and that was just funny. Because I ran them for ages. So 1-2, that was like a little boot teabag. That didn't feel too bad. But another time, I had an Oni doing it repeatedly. That was yucky. And they were refusing to hook me. So yeah, that was kind of yucky. Oh, goodness me. Yeah, so I wouldn't actually do that as killer. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it as killer. I'd do my little nods or a little head shake. I'd rather be hit on hook, honestly, than have that done too much. Yeah, I think more than 2 or 3 boops with it is getting into a gross territory. And if it's just non-stop, that's, yeah. You can kind of tell what they're trying to do then. Ah! Meg, hello! Another Neo, hello! I'm gonna put my flashy back on, I think. Alright. Let me change my outfit so I'll blend in a little bit better. Yes. Yeah, if it becomes excessive, then it's... You can tell what they're trying to do then. Bad games. It's yeah, it's a bit rough. After a certain time of night, it becomes a bit rough. Oh, doing the humping as killer when you down someone. Excuse me. Yeah, nods are funny. I will always laugh at a nod. I laugh at a nod or an aggressive head shake. It's funny. Trickster? Yeah, Trickster. Alright, Trickster Simps, are you ready? There's no Mori though, I'm very sorry. Oh. Hang on, Leona, I'm coming. Slow and steady. Oh gosh. Run, 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 run. Slugging, not necessarily bad, but it's tedious and unfun. Oh, undying. And it shows that the killer doesn't care about the survivors having fun. And like, you don't have to. It's not killer's job to make sure the survivors have fun. Oh, hello. Hello. Yeah, exactly. There's a difference between just being left on the ground for a little bit and then getting hooked versus, we'll say 2 or more. If 2 or more people are on the ground and the killer is just not hooking them because they're worried about, not being able, it's generally that they're not sure they can get to the hooks for whatever reason. I assume it's because they're maybe a bit newer to the game. It's very common with new killers. Because they're just like, oh, they're downed, I'll just stun everyone at once. Because you can see how that makes sense. To a new player, you can see how it would make sense. I'm just gonna down all 4 of them, and then one at a time I'll just hook them. You're... Neon, hello, how are you? You're not gonna get... you're not gonna get as many chase points. You're not gonna get as many hook points because you're only gonna get 4 hooks, as opposed to potentially what, 8, 12 at the most. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, yeah, 12. You're not gonna be able to damage gens. You're not gonna be able to do a bunch of other things. So just downing a survivor is easy. That's the easy part. Getting them to the hook and then chasing all of the others is the tricky part. Oh yeah, there's instances where it's allowed, as they say. Welcome in, welcome, welcome. Quote unquote allowed. If all 4 have boil over, just fucking leave. As someone who ran boil over a lot with flip flop, boil over, flip flop, the whole thing. As someone who ran that constantly, yeah, leave them slugged 100%. Ooh, God. spaghetti arms. I've got Undying up still. Not sure where. Yeah. And there was someone on TikTok, I think I said this yesterday. I couldn't convey why slugging was annoying and showed a lack of skill. In general, not 100% of the time. In general, a generalization. Couldn't convey over text, so I think it was lost in translation. They were just like, no, but if they've downed all 4, then clearly they have skill. No! It's not that simple! And you can't convey that over text how it's not that simple. Because... shit. For all intents and purposes, it is that simple. But it's not. He can have, what's it called? Show... He has a... oh, words. Performance? Something. He has a mode after a while, once he's powered up enough, where he will have endless... not endless, but like super rapid knives. He's got like 40 odd knives, I believe. I only played him once. There's a word for it. That was a bit weird. There's a word for his main event, that's it. Yes, I'm like, there's something. Performance, stage show, main event. Close enough. That, yeah, main event. So that will trigger when certain things are reached. Again, I've only played as him once. I'm not 100% certain. And yeah, then he's got the rapid knives and he has fucking noodle arms. It's ridiculous. He looks so fucking dumb. Yes, I know you're here, Undying. I know. I know. I wonder if he's got crowd control too then. I have not vaulted through a window. Ah, that's it. Thank you. Has he only got low level Undying? He does. That's like yellow Undying. That's baby Undying. It's just a baby. Hello, sir. If you're just a baby, you're doing so well. Oh, whoop. Oh, sorry, Nia. I'm so sorry. Mega's unhooked still. You just ran totally backwards. Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Hello. Huh. Oh no. I tried to play as Trickster once because I bought the Candy King skin, whatever it's called. The real pink one. I got that and immediately I loaded in. Immediately Rebecca tried to simp. So naturally I hit her across the face with my baseball bat. As one does. One is a deranged serial killer. Oh. Oh shit! There's Devour Undying. Okay, I was trying to see if there was... Ah! Go. I was gonna say, he hasn't brought a Mori. Sorry, Trickster Simps. Yeah, no, you might see it still. You still might see the Mori. Okay. That would explain why it's only baby Undying. I totem there, no totem there, no totem there. Yeah, really good. Oh, double one. Heck. I'm not ready for it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Oh shit, hello. Not there. Oh my god. Oh, oh, ricochet. Woo. Fuck. Fuck. He won't have enough tokens for a Mori yet, though. I think he needs 2 more. Is he gonna get far enough away? We shall see. This can be a tricky map to get. Nah, he's too close. Nah, he's too close. He won't get that Mori. I think it's within 24 meters. You have to be over 24 meters away. No, I'm right. Heals? Oh, don't heal me then. It's fine. No, it's fine. No, I think she just wants to get the gen done to go, which is fair. I get it. Yes. Let's see if he's also got Noed. Whee! Hello, how are you? Totem? Ah! Where the frick is it? Ah, my goodness. Open it, Leon. Legend. Well, we never found it. Will she get Moried? Alright. No. It's too small a map to really get Devour tokens too easily. As Dagon and I found out day before yesterday. I'm about the same. I think maybe a touch better. Just a touch better. Cassie, hello. Hello. Devour and dying. Oh, it was 3. Okay, it felt a lot smaller than that. Oh well. VPN user. Yep. I love that. I love that. I love a VPN user that owns one game. They only own DBD and playing on a VPN. I love it. I love it so much. It didn't affect the gameplay too much though, it was fine. But goodness me. No, I think that she was honestly just focused on getting the gens done. There's only 1 gen to go. She just wanted to get out. I might turn. Oh man, how far am I? Oh, I'm about. Look at how close I am. I am about to go up a devotion level. Huzzah! So close, so close. Get at this game. Huzzah! 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 Oh, I got an Ellen Ripley. It's the first Ellen we've played with today, I'm pretty sure. But we will do... Excuse me. Mug of the day. Yay! Goodness me. But mug of the day today is the Weeping Angel mug from Doctor Who. Look at it. It's so cool. It's not... It looks like more speckly, concretey on the website, but it's not speckly at all in real life, and I'm kind of sad. But it's still very, very cool. Very fancy. I got it eyelash loose. Oh, I can feel it. Ow. Quartz, hello, how are you? Yes, I collect mugs. I have, oh my god, probably like 300 now. Yeah. About 300 different mugs. And I have a different one every day. Sometimes I'll use the same one in the space of like a month. Because sometimes I just want to use that particular mug more than once. It's got coffee in it. It's very, very, very cold coffee. It's been in for 11 hours, but it's fine. Alright, let me turn off my raids. I might make this last game. Yes. We'll end with going up our devotion. Dum-ba-dum. Let's see, who do I have on that we can raid afterwards? Excuse me. It's still... Okay, no one today is playing Starfields. It's because it's boring. Toba? And a shroud? Well, I guess it didn't pair me with anyone. Oh, I'm scared it's too quiet. I don't like this. Never mind. It's a dredge! It's a snowman dredge. I'm so happy. I'm gonna die though. Oh shit. You're so beautiful and I love you. Oh my god. Fana. Pain res? There's no Mori. I'm so sad. I love Dredge's Mori. Dredge on this map though. See how it goes. I've got face Dredge on this map. Games are going pretty good. Ah, ultimate weapon? That was ultimate weapon. I think. Oh, hello. Oh, thank you. Little fun. Excuse me. He's so far away. He's chasing Zarina. Thank you. Scared me a little bit there. Guess I didn't put any lockers up here for Dredge. Okay, fun fact, when you face Dredge, they will generally put more lockers on the map. Because that's his power. Been unhooked, nice. Oh god, excuse me. That's Dredge, yeah. Oh. Oh, she? Can't make that. That's so good. It was an anonymous gifter. It is pain res. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Gonna stay on this gen because we've. Oh, never mind. Right, you fun. Let us run up the top and heal. Looking upwards. Damn it. Damn it. It was going to be spectacular. Then he had to go and have a brain. How dare. Didn't kick the gen. What was animal in I keep saying animal instinct. It's alien instinct. If I say animal instinct, I mean alien. I'll just say instinct, okay? Alien instinct, pain res, thanatophobia. We'll see what else. Make your choice? No. Excuse me. Fucking hell. I was busy coughing, I couldn't do anything. Oh, I am sick. Oh, he didn't get the full... He didn't get the full Christmas outfit. That's kinda sad. He hasn't got the arms. He's only got the head and the torso. Needs the arms. Ah, we should run. Hands. Such a cool skin. I actually played on Killer, which I don't like doing. I actually played Killer to unlock that full outfit in the event tome. Because it's so freaking cool. I'll show you the full outfit because he didn't have the weapons, he didn't have the arms. Dredge just got some very cool skins, but he could maybe use some more. Excuse me. Dredge, there he is. I like the sound of the screams. That sounds so weird, but I do. Look at him. Got his little snow flurry around him. He's so cute. I love him. So cool. So cool. Yeah, that was the last masquerade for him. That is scary. I find that one really creepy. His physics is pretty good. But yeah, that's eerie. That's his default. Pretty cool. And then we've got that one. That's actually really cool too. They're all just recolors, his base ones, as they are. But, I don't know. They're just really cool. Then he's got the doll head. A lot of people don't like this one. Sorry if you don't like this one. I don't face enough of these and it makes me sad. Makes little squeaky, creaky sounds. Very cool. We saw a bunch of those when they launched, obviously. And then skeletal mass. No, he's an original character. I've not faced any with this skin. Oh, there's Maurice. Oh. Ugh. It's kind of skinny, doesn't he? Ugh. And then there's the Maurice one. Look at him. He's just a good boy. Just a little horsey boy. With his horse skulls. If I'm facing a dredge with this skin and he doesn't nod at me, it is a crime. It's illegal to face me with this skin and not nod at me. I don't care if you kill me, but you gotta nod at me first. Cause it's so weird. And that's his newest one. Does the skull open and close, or does it just stay open? Just stay open. That's pretty cool. So yeah, he hasn't got many. But what he does have is pretty cool. I can see that. Ah, he's got the most now. Wraith? Wraith and Doctor. Legion does. Of course they fucking do. Oh, Spirit's got a lot now. Oh. Freddy has 1. I think Spirit might be the second highest. And Legion's got technically 4 people. So it kind of makes sense that there's more. I like the different poses. I actually like that. What the heck? That's Julie? Oh, Susie, sorry. That's weird and I like it. It's her pose that does it. Yeah. Again, I don't play Legion, and yet I bought that one as soon as it came out. That one as soon as it came out. Where's the kitty cat one? That one as soon as it came out. I don't play Legion. I fucking hate Legion. But those were very cute skins, so I bought them. So I bought them. How dare they give her that much cake? How dare? Oh my god. Oh my god. Share some with Elodie, please. Please. Upsilon, how are you? And Shape has got just 4. I don't get any... Have I ever faced a shape with the screwdriver? I don't think I have. A few with the metal pipes. That's what I first got tombstoned with. It was the metal pipe and it was so fucking scary. Why does no one use the screwdriver? Right, I'm gonna look at clowns. Oh no, Karita's here. I won't look at clowns, don't worry about it. It's all good. I will not. I won't look at clowns. Oh yeah, there's my hag. She's beautiful. She's a beautiful lady. Nah, it's all good. Okay, now I can afford the other arm. Yay! And shop. Okay, are you sure? If you're sure. I like the fins because it just makes it look bald. But that is the prettiest fucking thing. And this is pretty versatile. That goes with like a lot. It's so pretty. That's like, of course. I want to get worried by this. Look at those toes. Oh my goodness me. So cool. Yeah, I've got this one, right? I thought, look, I like green. I thought it was really cool. People were making fun of this skin. I think it looks really cool. Shut the fuck up. Aye, that's fair. Eh. Razor, hello. She does. She looks like a praying mantis to me. Little praying mantis. I like it. It also reminds me of Snugglepot and Cuddle Pie. With the little leaf skirt. That's what it reminds me of. Alright, we're gonna look at some clown cosmetics just as a heads up. As a heads up. Tinkerbell, I can see that. Clown has got some actually good cosmetics. This particular one, this ended up in everybody's inventory by accident one time and then got taken back because I logged in with hubby's account. Look at them cheeks! Oh my gosh! Them cheeks! From Ants or from Bug's Life? If it's from Bug's Life, I can see it. No, that's what the Queen was wearing. That's like the little skirt the Queen was wearing in Bug's Life. Oh my god. I don't see much variety in that jiggle physics. Oh my god. I didn't see much variety in clown cosmetics. I see this one a fair bit. Puddles, yeah. We see that one a fair bit. Like that's cool. That's really cool. I would use that. That is very medieval. I like that too. Classic. Scary. Classic and scary. I got that one. Again, classic and scary. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me to make me use this skin. How dare you? It's got a 6 on the forehead. You can't... Man, I'm not gonna lie. The as above, so below has got me. Fucking hell. Well, a few of them are like that. How many are like that and why? Thrice Grace Test Comedy Horror. And I've got some of his that weren't in the store. Where is he? Was I just looking at? Clown. Yeah, that one's not in the store. They're all about the same. And there's that one. Yeah, the full sets. Oh yeah, that one. Looks awfully clean, doesn't it? Yeah, that looks pretty good. Very creepy. Oh, someone asked before, I don't remember who it was, asked if I had Demogorgon skins. I do! I've got the default one that looks so naked. Default one, look at him. I've got the spiky one, what's that one called? Twisted. Twisted Demogorgon. And then I have got Cummigorgon, which is covered in stuff. Which is why he's called Cummigorgon. Oh, he's a little puppy. Oh, he's just a little puppy. Aww. It's just a baby. Oh my gosh. Well, so is Bubba, technically. Bubba's inspired by real life events. And then Twins has a depressing lack of cosmetics also. Let me see. I've still not faced anybody with this skin. 'Tis a crime. I mean, it's a lot. I'm not gonna lie. It is a lot. There's a lot going on here. She got blonde hair underneath there though. I don't... Have I faced anyone with this? Maybe once. Also kind of a miss. That's kind of a miss. I didn't love that. Beach Day, I faced a few with that. It's got the cheeks. Very few with that one. Torv runs this skin to try and fool me, but I still know it's him. And I've got most of that. I don't buy the weapons, I will just buy the outfit. Because weapon, I don't really care. And the Mordio, I love this. This was my main one when I played Huntress. It's so good. So good. It's amazing. Then Baba Yaga. I face a few of these every now and then, and I love them. I love them. She has a different lullaby. I love that one. That one was from a rift, but then was added to the store as well. As behavior does. As they do. And I think Trapper... There's some interesting ones. You don't see that much variety. The Baba Yaga one. I didn't see too much variety with Trapper. A lot at the moment. Oh, I like that one. It's the beard. I like the beard. I like the beard on it. Even though it's fake, I still like it. A lot of them run the reskin of this, which is from the Rift. That one's cool. I know Shiki runs that one. That one's very cool. Excuse me. Campus, really? And then again, I don't face too many variety of nurses. This is my nurse. She's so pretty. One of my skins. And then I had this one too. I like this one a lot. It's super creepy. She could use some more though, honestly. She could use some more. There is, yeah, for the Baba Yaga Huntress, it has a different lullaby. Oh, it's the same lullaby but with a different cadence. Oh, God. Yeah, back in a sec. Right, I'm back again. Hello, oh, thank you. Winding down. And winding down. And not many people have seen all of the skins. What have we gone through? Gone through Trapper. There's Wraith. Frickin' Philip. I had this one. This one's pretty cool. I don't think I've faced this one very much. I faced the candle one now and then. Where is he? This one. Just a little candle head. Just a wee candle head, man. That one's a newish one. I think it's the Baroque. Yeah, modern Baroque collection. That one's scary. You'll always get camped by these ones. That one's very cool. I haven't seen that one for ages either. That's so cool. Yeah, if you like save up, most of these will just cost shards because they're a original character. Scarecrow is pretty cool. Tell me that coming out a cloak in front of you won't scare the shit out of you. That's amazing. Oh, that's not too bad either. Oh. And Billy, yeah, his are okay. Oh, she says, casually having the coolest one ever. I fucking love this one so much. I love it. 10 out of 10 would let Maury me. Any day. So cool. blighted one? I don't think I faced a blighted one. That's the thing, I'll remember, Crop Top Billy, I'll remember, different cosmetics, because they'll stand out, because we don't really face them that much. Most of the time it's default or some rift ones. I know Countess plays this one. Crimson Count, sorry. Plays Look-See Doctor, which is so cool. So cool. If you're gonna be annoying and play as Doctor, at least make it this Doctor, please. This one is... I don't know what it is about it. I think it's very midsummery. That's what creeps me out about this one now. Is it's giving midsummer. If you know, you know. But with the mask especially, very midsummer. Oh. I kind of like this one because it has butterflies. I like butterflies. There was a learn. Not too bad. We're just chilling at the moment. I do like the Plague Doctor ones too. They're cool. Got that one. It's okay. I don't love Doctor. I don't think I've actually ever played around as Doctor. You don't see too many alternative Amandas either. So this one, I think it's in the store now, but it was in a rift originally. It's okay. The sleeves on that one make me sad. That one I like a lot. The color of the pig mask is really sickly and creepy. I think it's pretty good. It's called Bloated Pig Head. I can see it. Ugh. And that one, what's that one? Freshly skinned. I see. Ooh. Creepy. Very creepy. But they've got a Saw sale coming up in the roadmap DVD announced. Not 100% sure if it's going to be existing items on sale. I don't see why they would advertise in the roadmap a sale for 3 items. One that was already in a rift. These are already on sale anyway, slightly. So they might be bringing out some new ones. That would be nice. And Ghosty, I think I only bought this one. I knew I wasn't ever going to actually play him. This one, this is the classic Ghostface. Classic Ghostface. It looks really cool, and it is indeed classic. However, always in a survivor POV, from our POV, these you know how in Batman Begins, where Batman's cape can be electrified so it stiffens and sticks out? That's what happens to these. So they will stick out completely solid. They will stick out solid and jagged, and seeing his aura is these 2 jagged things just going behind him as he's walking. Does that make sense? But they'll stick out behind him basically. And as his arms move, there's just 2 giant triangles moving with his arms. So it looks cool. You look dumb to survivors. From survivors' point of view, you look really dumb. Masquerade one did it too, did it? Oh. I didn't buy the Masquerade one. Okay, I don't play as him. Oni has actually got some cool ones, again, that don't get used very much. Which one was it? Did it? Oh no. It was this one. Once. once I have faced an Oni with this skin. And that's so cool. I think that's really cool. That's right. But if you put if you put that one on something else, it like shows his whole face. It just shows his whole face. It's so weird. I'm gonna buy it. Equip. Now you can just see his face. Bizarre. How does it look at other things now? Oh. Hey, that one's pretty cool. Hey now. Again, you can just see his face. Shut up. Stop it. For survivors, we've got adrenaline and for the people. I know that some people yesterday were saying, oh, for the people. I want to try for the people, buckle up. I want to try for the people, buckle up. For the people is in the shrine. If you don't want to buy Zarina, it is in the shrine. And then we have play with your food and... what is this called? Merch one? Leverage. Not many people use leverage. I think that would might be maybe better to run than Thana. Every time you hook a survivor, gain 1 token up to 10. You hook a survivor, this perk activates for 30 seconds for each token. Reduce the speed. 4%. 4%. What's the speed for Thana? I have to compare. And Death Slinger. Oh, I didn't see. Hang on. The best Oni skin is this one. I love this one. It's so beautiful. I love it so much. That's the best. Yeah, I'd probably play Deathslinger more if he didn't make... He makes gross noises. He makes very gross noises and I can't. I just can't. I might invest in some Pyramid Head cosmetics. Pyramid Head, I don't play him much anymore, but he is very special to me because he is the first person that I got a 4K with. Way back in the day. My first ever 4K was with Pyramid Head. Oh my god. So he's very special. I didn't see many with this one either. Some with that, not many with that, and that's sad. Life has got some good ones. This is the best one. The Birkin one, the best one. It's so freaking cool. And then his hit sound with the pipe makes a different sound as his cane. It's a big... It's a big metallic whomp. It's very cool. Twins, yeah, not enough twins ones. This was a designed one. That's right. This is the newest one we've got. Still that's all there is. There is that, and 4 unique ones. Everything else is just a recolor. Oh, no, two more recolors. My bad. That weapon's pretty cool. And then there was the pirate one, which I personally hate. I'm so sorry. I hate it. It's just very random. I don't know why I don't know why. Oh yeah. And then obviously we have Trickster. He's got not as many as I thought, to be honest. I like this one because it jingles. I bought this one straight away. And it jingles. Some people jumped to this one straight away also. I think I've faced like maybe 4 people with it. Not very many. I kind of like that one, honestly. That hair could go with this. Also, I love this. I do love that. Nemi with his blight, and that is it. Cenobite with his Hell Priest. I don't think I've ever faced anyone that has this. And then Chatterer, which is funny because the teeth constantly chatter. It's very creepy. He's standing like a distinguished gentleman with good posture. Look at him. That's a distinguished gentleman. He's very cool. Okay, then we got super creepy artist skin. I love this one. Look at that. That more. Oh my goodness me. But this is the best one. It's the Jabberwocky from Alice in well, technically from Through the Looking Glass. And it's got Vorpal Blade. Look at it. The sword is so cool. She's so beautiful. The wings are kind of crumply though. They don't really flow too well. And again, she hasn't got very many. She's had a few rift ones though. This is a rift one. Beautiful. This is one of the this was a community designed one. This one was super popular. It won by a landslide. Very popular. Onryo has that, and that is it. That's all she has. Oh no, she has also a red. What's her red? Is that a prestige? Is that a prestige one? Her red attack? But yeah, that's the only cosmetic she has. That's so creepy. Only one, but it's a good one. Dredge, Mastermind. That is daddy skin. And his black skin. Has the blight skin got... the blight skin's got a little fringe bit going on. Okay. Knight hasn't got very much. Skull Merchant. No comment. Singularity. An awful lot of recolors. And one unique one. The clone. People make fun of this. I quite like it. I think that is really cool. People on TikTok are making fun of it. You guys are a bunch of meanies. Yeah, and back to Trapper. Did I miss anyone? Probably. I didn't go through nerfs too much. Oh, the cannibal. Oh yeah, cannibals. Got that one. Old lady. And then pretty woman. Freddy has nothing. Yes, Queen, give us nothing. Nothing at all. There's prestige and that's it. And then yeah, I'm pretty sure that's everybody. Oh yeah, Plague's got her mermaid one. That's so cool. But with Plague though, because her original skin is... What's her default one? Ah, default body, sorry. Yeah, so her default bodies have got this side of her face damaged. So there's no need to do an eye. So if you put a newer skin on like this one, see how her other eye doesn't blink? It doesn't blink or do anything. It just sits there a bit too high. And it's not quite symmetrical, and it won't blink. Watch, wait for it to blink. Blink, blink, bitch. There we go. Yeah, that one doesn't do anything. It's so awkward. There we go. It's it's a bit weird, but it's fine. Oh, got the blight one. That is so cool. Even that just with the butterfly looks cool. Creepy. Creepy. I love them all. They're all so beautiful. Alright, who can we go say hello to? Cause I am done. I'm done and sleepy. Oh my gosh. Refresh. Who is on? Put this over here so I don't spill that anywhere, because that would be awful. Oh, excuse me. And nobody is playing Starfield. Nobody's playing Starfield, so do with that what you will. Starfield's dropped by 40,000 viewers. It was at 90,000, I think, like 2 days ago. Now it's down to 57,000. That's kind of unfortunate. I'm not gonna play it until it goes on to sale. Now, who can we go say hello to? Just chatting. No, DBD. Got DBD. TCM. Palia. TCM. DBD. TCM. TCM. Chatting. TCM. DBD. 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 Excuse me, let me go to my stream manager. I like that it tells you who in your community is also a streamer. I think that's pretty cool. You're live. I know I'm live. Thank you, Twitch. Ah! Excuse me. Bear with me. Mute for a second while I listen. Bear with me. You'll hear nothing for a sec, but it's okay. Well, generally... Yeah, trust me, you won't have to worry about that from me. I don't like it. I've tried it. I was gifted the game. I don't like it. I got a key. And here's the thing. I say this a bunch, but for those of you who haven't heard me say it, I'll say it again. How TCM is getting its publicity, and it's a very smart tactic, is they tell streamers who have signed up for a key, a game key, they tell them that the keys are very limited. So they'll try and get one to everyone, but there's no promises, but they'll try their best. So when streamers do get a key, and keys are infinite, they're just generated. There's no shortage of keys. You can just make more keys. So when streamers do get their key, because they're guaranteed to get one, let's be honest, when they get their key, they're like, oh my god, I got a key that was very rare. I am very thankful. I appreciate this so much, and now I'm going to play the game because I got it for free. Now I feel obligated to stream it and promote it because I was fortunate enough to get a key. So it is very that's so good. It is very smart marketing on their part. Again, I signed up, I got a key. If I had paid for the game, I would have gotten a refund by now. I don't like it. I'm not gonna stream it. Thank you for the key. I don't recommend it. I really don't recommend it. So yeah, I'm not gonna be playing it, and that's my honest opinion. I don't like it. I'm not gonna tell you to play a game and love a game just because I was gifted it for free. There's been a bunch of games that I've been gifted for free for my honest opinion, and if they're bad, I will tell you that they're bad. I'm not gonna stream them. So again, that's why there's so many streamers that are streaming it, because the vast majority have gotten it for free, so they feel like they must then stream it because they feel obligated to. So yes, I say that a bunch. I'll probably say it each time TCM gets brought up. Oh, thank you. I try my best. It's not crazy hard, but the thing is, people did go... They went really sweaty from the get-go. Like, big DBD streamers like Ots and stuff, they're on, like, win streaks already. They're playing to win, they're playing serious, and they're playing, in my opinion, not very fun. That's just not for me. I like playing for fun. I don't really keep track of wins. I don't know how many wins I got today. I don't really care. I had fun. But yeah, if people who've been playing it seriously from the get-go, if you jump in now, that's what Overwatch was like for me. If you don't start playing it when it first releases, and then you try and jump in even like a week or so later, oh, thank you. You're gonna feel so behind. And yeah. There's also the fact that I believe that the devs aren't being very polite. They aren't handling criticism or issues very well. They're being a bit shitty, from what I understand, both on Twitter and... Literally! Both on Twitter and in Reddit. On Reddit, sorry. They're not handling it very professionally, and that kind of turns me off it too. I played it on the day it came out. I know, right? I played it on the day it came out. I played it by myself for a few games. I played with Jazza. I played with Jazza and Dagon. So we had a 3-stack. And even then, it was just not... There's no element of teamwork to it. Because you can only one person can do a thing at a time. It's not like 2 or 3 people can gather around and do something faster. The most you can do is heal someone else. And then, say for instance, because it's a unique lobby, so you can't have more than one person playing the same character. So if you can't have more than 2 people playing Sunny, for instance. So if you want to play as Sunny, because he's your highest level, he's what you got your perks for, and someone else is locked in as Sunny and they don't want to swap with you, then you might have to play with a different character that you haven't put anything into. And I think that that's going to be a lot of issues as well. I saw, I think on Twitter there was like a 45-minute stalemate because no one wanted to be Bubba. Because you can't start a match without a Bubba. So, I don't know. And there's hackers already. There's hackers and modding. Not allowed modding. That's why crossplay's turned off at the moment. We have had barely any Steam players. We were only playing with console players the day and the day after it launched. So turning off crossplay is gonna... Oh yes, absolutely. There's been a lot. I've had a lot of friends get attacked. A lot of streamer friends who got attacked for being black, being called slurs and stuff. Leave my POC friends alone. Thank you very much. And then once they find out they're streaming, oh my god. So if you do want to stream it, do not play with voice chat on. For the love of God, do not play with voice chat on. People cannot help themselves. They're disgusting. Yeah, oh, it's so disheartening. It's awful. Well, see, you have to play with the Bubba because he's the face of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Because you can't have Texas Chainsaw Massacre with no Bubba. So they force you to have one. Which is so fucking dumb. Like, I get it, but what if you don't want to play as Bubba? What if you want to play just as Sissy? What if you're like a Sissy main? It's just so silly. It's so silly. So, yeah, I don't know. The graphics are very nice. I will say that the graphics are very nice. It had a bit of scare factor. When I first played it, a few games, it was a bit scary, and then I just kind of got over it. I find the map, I got very lost in the map. Exactly. True. I did find that funny, because I played as Bubba, or we played one round as the family. And I played as Bubba. I was like, I don't care. I'm not gonna do well. I'll play Bubba for us. When he feeds the grandpa the blood, he pats him on the head, and just communicates and grunts. And you can definitely tell that. And I haven't watched the movie. I don't know much about it, but you can tell that, yes. So, yeah, people. It's not like DBD. It was kind of cute, I'm not gonna lie. It was a little bit cute. Yeah, people keep comparing it to DBD. It's not comparable. The only thing that's similar with it is that it's a asymmetrical horror game. What you have to do is very different. I find that it's super unbalanced as well, because if you're the last survivor left, you've got 3 killers trying to get you. 3! What chance do you have as a last survivor? Especially if you're facing people in comms. So I don't know. It was a miss for me. I gave it a go. I don't like it. I don't like watching it. I think it's very boring. Boring to play, boring to watch. I don't see people can be streaming it for extended periods of time. Clearly they like it. It is. It's just eh. I mean, if you like it, then 100% play it. If you like it, play it. This is just my opinion. I got friends that are absolutely loving it. And that's great. I just don't. I just don't. I'm not gonna lie and be like, oh yeah, it's pretty good, I might stream it. I'm 100% not going to stream it unless I'm having a super duper bad DBD day, in which case I'll play Little Nightmares instead. I'm not gonna play TCM. Who can I go and see? Everyone's playing TCM. Well, not everyone, but a bunch of people. Oh, I've got opinions on that, but I'm not gonna say anything. Cause I'm no better. Don't mind me. I'm trying to think of where there's gonna be chill vibes like this. I think we'll go here. It's very late in the, or early in the morning, whatever the case may be. We will go here. We want nice chill vibes. I need to invite this person to my Twitch team as well. But don't tell them, it's gonna be a surprise. I've already played Cult of the Lamb. I played it, I think, twice. I quite like it. I like it a lot. Let me see. Cool. We are gonna go here. I must stop because it's almost 3. It is almost 3. It's a very good game. I like that it's got chat interaction too. Although, at the same time, there's something... What's the word? Not quite irritating, gently irritating. Something gently irritating about someone who comes in, follows that stream, and then becomes a member in the cult the same day. There's something irksome about it. When they follow just to get into the cult, it's like, we're just gonna sacrifice you for the greater good. I don't remember who this was. It wasn't anyone in chat, so it's fine. When Bopixia was last playing it, I joined a cult. I was a little member. I made my little person, joined it, and I was like, yeah, it looks like you. It's so much like you. It's like pink and cute, but it has like horns and blah blah blah. It's so much like you. And then someone else joined immediately afterwards, and they made theirs look exactly like mine. Exactly the same. And Pix was like, like you can like change it and stuff. Oh wow, that looks just like Sunny's. Oh, that's just like Unholeh's. That's so cool. And then she DM'd me and she's like, do you know this person? And I went, nah. No idea who they are. So that was, everyone in chat saw, because I had made mine and then they immediately made theirs as well. So everyone in chat saw, and they were a bit like, do we say anything, or do we just kind of let it go? It's not a big deal. It was just kind of funny. But yeah, chat saw and they didn't know what to say. I think they also followed that day. It was a whole odd thing. Let me see. I believe that he will still be streaming for a bit. If he's not, huzzah. Yeah, gentle side-eye. Gentle side-eye. If he's not streaming for too much longer, that's okay. Stay on the stream anyway and he will take you somewhere very nice and equally pleasant. Oh, goodness me. But no, what I was going to say was there's someone who... Oh my god, no, I can't say who they're partnered with because it's going to make it very obvious who I'm talking about. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to keep it to myself. It's not important. It's literally not important. But I'm going to be on again hopefully tomorrow. I'll be starting later. Depending on how good I feel. I am still a bit sick. I'll see how I feel when I wake up. The air conditioning is drying my throat out so much during the night. And then I've been talking a lot again today because that's my job. That's what I do. But we'll just see. So yeah, we're going to raid Wholesome Homies. I love him. He's super nice, super chill, very similar vibes to here. I don't like raiding from nice quiet vibes to someone who yells a lot. Unless I've been yelling a lot that stream. So yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Bye.